That's what I see when I look at this. I see a young girl from the ghetto with a cocaine addiction who's like shaking in her boots. But see, this girl is fucking beautiful, and she's not reading the room. This girl's fucking beautiful by anyone's standards. And trust me, hot girls never fry. They'll go to jail. I've seen many women, and I've dated women who have gone to jail or who are in jail right now. And like, you know, and trust me, hottie girls never, and this is sexist, but it's true, hottie girls never really truly fry unless they kill somebody or something like this. Now they get the same sentence as everybody else, you can't really get around that, but they don't fry. They're always given consideration. We don't want our women in jail. Those are the people that birth us, you know. It's sexist, but I mean, that's how the judge looks at it. Even the female judges are like, these are the mothers and the sisters in our community, and they birth our children, and if they're stealing, it must be because the poverty is so bad that they need to steal, and that's not their problem, that's not their fault, that's not, they didn't cause that. That's the politicians and the corruption. That's probably honestly my fault as the police or the system, you know. That's honestly, a lot of that is the system's fault, it's not hers. So like, you know, so then the judge thinks about all this when they look at your fucking case. But what the criminal isn't thinking about is that moment where the connection is made between the cops who handled your fucking case and the judge, because that's when your case is actually sussed out. And so these cops, now that they've caught you, you want to do everything you can to be their friend. If they ask you to search your car, you say no. But if your eyes are pinpoints, and you've been up for 6 days, and you're sweaty, and you stink of drugs, and you look like a depraved drug addict, you should probably let him search your car, because they're just going to call dogs and search your car anyways. So like, you know, but most of the time you're going to have to let them search the car. It's a fucking problem. So it's like, so like, if you've already lost on the image level, you want to be doing everything you can to get that pig on your fucking side. You want to be confessing like it's Sunday and you got your knees on the fucking ground at church. You know what I'm saying? You want to be making friends with them and be like, I'm so sorry I put you through this, and I submitted to a citizen arrest, and I'm you know, and I didn't mean to do this. I'm desperate, and I'm resorting to crime because I've got nothing left, and I needed the information, or I needed the money, and I'm a drug addict, or I did this, and I need this. And you're just like, you're giving them all the excuses about why you did this, and you say, please don't ruin my life, please don't ruin my life, please don't ruin my life. Is there anything we can do? Can you divert this? Can you help me? My family will destroy me. I will never have a job again. This will ruin my life. You got to do something with me, please, officer. You don't lie to them. You don't, I mean, I know it sounds like a bad criminal to be like, don't lie to the police, but I'm saying everybody I ever met who lied to the police paid this tenfold cost every single fucking time I ever heard of it. They paid this tenfold cost. Now, if you think you can get away with it, lie to them. But I'm saying, if they've got a camera on you as you steal from the till, don't lie to them. Don't fight them. Tell them you're fucked up and you got an issue and you're a klepto. I mean, you know, they let, you know, the woman who was the lead, or not lead, but one of the lead characters in Stranger Things, was, of course, one of my favorite actresses. Of course. Why is she not at the top of the list? It's crazy. She is the most famous one here, but she is not at the top of the list. Winona Ryder. And that's just a fucking shame. I'm sorry. Winona Ryder has been the main in like 3 Academy Award winning films. No one else here has even come to even remotely 1/10 of what she has done, except for Matthew Modine and Sean Astin. That's it. All the rest of them, those are Academy Award winning actors, but all the rest of them were not like that. And so when I open this list, I want to see the Academy Award winning actors who have seniority, who are running that cast and being, you know, the mensches to these wonderful kids and all this. And I want to see them first and fucking foremost on this list. And I think the AI jumbles this. Look how fast, look how fucking hot Sadie Sink got. I mean, we all knew, but oh my fucking God, she got fucking, I have a weakness for redheads. I don't mean to be sexist. That is just a very, very attractive young woman, half my age, none of my business, you know. Winona Ryder was a klepto. And so when she got caught finally, which is what always happens when you're a thief, you get caught. If you have predilections of being a thief, you get caught. It just happens. Like most of humanity is something about being a thief that a lot of people probably don't understand because they don't do it a lot. But something about humanity that you must understand is most people are so fucking bored that they're literally like that guy Filch from Harry Potter. And we call them looky-loos, but they're worse than looky-loos because looky-loos are like people who are just habitually suspicious. Most of humanity is habitually scared of you. It's not that they're curious about what you're doing. They're scared of what you might be doing. If you're out in public, most of humanity now is actually scared of what you might be doing that they don't understand. So everybody's got to act normal when they're in public because anybody who acts abnormal sets out this wave of fear that just drives everybody around crazy. It causes bad things to happen and shootings and problems and stuff. So we're all wandering around looking for what the other guy's doing. We all know that the guy over there, he's up to something. And that's what's wrong about stealing in the open. And it's also what's wrong about having predilections to stealing. Every single time I ever stole anything in my entire fucking life, and most of it was shoplifting, frankly, I really fucking thought about it. I really thought about what are the ramifications? What are, if I get caught stealing this $20 bill from this cash register, is it worth the 2 years in jail I am likely to face when I inevitably get caught because there's a fucking camera on the fucking register, you fucking idiot, right? And like, you know, and you think about what's going to happen, and you think about how 3/4 of the human race are not only looky-loos, they're also like genuinely scared of you most of the time and watch everything that you do very, very carefully when you are in a public place, or it's almost more so when you're alone and private in a professional setting. There's all kinds of cameras everywhere. So this thing about fighting the cops, acting like you didn't do it, looking at the evidence on your case that's going to be used in your courtroom later. There's this thing about, oh, I'm better than them, or oh, their evidence isn't shit, or oh, reality isn't shit, or oh, I've dodged reality before, so I'm going to somehow dodge reality this time and all that. No, that's a criminal acting badly. You want to immediately be like, yes, I confess to this. You obviously have a picture of me stealing. I am the stupidest thief you have ever met, and you have caught me red-handed. My name is blah blah. I'd like to meet you, and I'm glad that we're on the same level now, and I'm not hiding from you, and I would like to confess to you. They're humans, especially women. Women's are this sounds sexist, but it's a good thing about women actually. Women have a very, very magical capacity to forgive, or else the human race would have died out long before. This is the gender that puts up with rape all the time and wars and stuff that they're just not really interested in. I wouldn't say I ever met a woman interested in war. I met women who were interested in serving, and I know some kick-ass female soldiers like my friend Jackie. You know what I'm saying? But like but I don't think they're interested in causing the death of other people like men are. I just don't think it's in their blood. I don't think it's in their DNA imperative or any of this. They birth lives. They don't take them away. And so we're the other side of that yin yang. We take the lives away. We defend them. We fight wars for them. If they enter our home against our permission or whatever, we defend and murder to save our wives and our children or whatever. And that's expected of us. It is. It's like it's expected as a man to defend your family, to die for them. It is. And I would do so. And I will do so. I will die to defend my family. No problem. No hesitation. Nothing, no hesitation, right? So like the reality is like, oh, I've skated before with teachers and principals and stuff, and I've gotten away with a lot of the crimes I have done in my life or whatever. But I'm in this office now where this fucking pig is showing me the evidence of my crime, and you got to kind of wonder what else is going to happen here. Do you think they're suddenly just going to be like, well, this picture of you stealing from the till, it suddenly disappeared because you're pretty or something, right? That is, it's just, it's not gonna, it's not gonna like that. It's not gonna be like that. You need to fess up. You need to get on their sides. You need to buy whatever social value you can get back from them. And you say in the moment, you say, I know you're eventually going to talk to my prosecutor and the judge and possibly a jury about this, and I want you thinking better of me than you probably do right now. You say it right to their fucking face, and you use your gift of gab in that moment because they like it. They like it when you plead for your life. They're pigs. They smell blood in the water. They're pig, dog, sharks, right? They smell blood in the water, and they like it when you capitulate and come to Jesus and pray for your life. And you need to embrace those moments and use them. And I have walked out on many felony charges with such strategy. I took a citizen's arrest one time on a fucking a felony trespassing charge. And I walked a year later. Now, they threatened me with probation, and it was horrible, but they resolved that. That was all over a dirty UA that I confessed to. Also, every time you ever get a dirty UA, confess before they find it. If you confess before they find it, it's almost like they'll give you permission to get high. If you call, this is something like criminals are usually really dumb, but I have called a probation officer and said, I fucked up, I relapsed, I got high, I am calling you to send me to jail. And they're like, what? And you say, I have fucked up and I have relapsed and I am calling you to come arrest me and take me to jail. And they're like, oh, skycat.live, we're not taking you to jail. We don't put people like you in jail. You obviously have made a mistake here. We're going to work with you. It's obvious that you've got a drug addiction and you fucked up. And it's obvious that you've lost someone you loved or something and you fucked up and you relapse. They want to work with you. Pigs are pigs. They're there to punish you, right? So once you fess up and you take the punishment and you get on their good side, that's when the social engineering begins. Not swinging fists at them in anger. I have never even remotely seen or committed violence around a police officer, nor will I ever. You know what happens? They fucking cap your ass. What's to stop this motherfucker from leveling his knee into your fucking neck, choking your ass to death like motherfucking Eric Garner, and then shooting your ass in the fucking back 47 times because you're black? Absolutely the fuck nothing. And guess what? He can go to the news and say, oh, she pulled a gun or something, and there's nothing in this earthly world, nothing for stopping him from doing that. And is it going to go like that 9.999 billion times out of 10 billion times? No. But it does happen once in a time. We do have our I can't breathe, you know what I'm saying? So, like, you know, there's enough problems here already with this. Resisting and acting stupid and pretending that they're stupid is not good for the social engineering. And this is how people end up in jail as recidivists forever. They're constantly back in jail because they think that they can fool the cops, and that they think they can fool their probation officers, and they think they can fool the system. And granted, sometimes they do. But most of the fucking time, they go do hard time. Like she's gonna do. You can't just steal from a fucking till like this and not face hard fucking time. You actually cannot do that. I mean, maybe they're nice to you if it was only $20 and they're like, oh, this idiot stole $20 from the register. She's fired, but you know, it's $20. We're not going to put her in fucking federal pounding the ass orange suit prison for $20. You know, they are going to hit you with a nasty theft charge, but they're going to bust it down to a misdemeanor, and they're going to make sure you never face jail if it's $20. But if you steal $400 over a week and then you get caught stealing and then you wail on the officer who arrests you, you're probably doing hard time. And the social engineering is an aspect that should come into it if you are a career criminal like I was until I was 39. I was a career criminal until I was I'm sorry, it's been 5 years now. I was career criminal until I was 35 and a half or something like that. And not by career, I just mean I broke every law I ever came across. I never did give two shits about any law that didn't regard rape, murder, or violence, right? I didn't give a two shits about it. And so I broke every law that I possibly could all of my life. Every single way that I could. I don't know what it was. It's opposition authority. I don't know what it is. It's something sick. It's something crazy. But if I have a chance to break a law and get away with it with no witnesses, I will do so just for the rush of it. And I would say that's essentially career criminal. Now I've fought this my entire life. These natural instincts in me to be this way. I'm the Thieves Guild leader. You know, and I don't like the fact that I gravitate to thieves, and I tend to. Okay, if I had to say what my strongest skill set is building a gang of thieves. I'm really fucking good at it. There's no barriers I can't cross. There's nothing I can't steal. There's nothing I won't do. There's nobody I won't talk to. There's nobody I can't get to. There's nobody I can't talk into. And there's no way I'm getting caught because I think about everything that I do, unlike most criminals. You know what I'm saying? Which is how you get caught. But so now this progresses into her stalking somebody. I'm fairly sure.
Other days, right? Other days.
This doesn't look good for your gender. It doesn't look good for your race. It doesn't look good for your situation. It doesn't look good to Walmart. It doesn't look good to the cop. It doesn't look good to the fucking judge. And you're like drawing this out cringe-worthy long. You're like drawing this out to the point where it was so cringe noteworthy that you hit YouTube. You are drawing this out and they don't like that. They are the sharks with the pistol standing next to you. Do not provoke them. I can't see nothing, which is smart. It was a smart thing to say.
I see me taking money out.
And I'm a cashier, which is smart. I see me taking money out, but I don't know. Are you sure it's thievery?
Yes, that's mine, sir.
Alright.
So whenever, write a statement real quick.
Okay.
Is y'all else looking for something?
So you're gonna listen to what this gentleman is gonna tell you to do right now, okay? 'Cause right now you're at work.
What I'm going to need you to do is write a statement about why you have this money and explain to us what has happened on these previous days.
How can I know what happened if it look like I'm taking money out of the drawer?
I'm just letting you know, it's all in video, okay? So I need you to write a statement about what has happened.
Yeah, plus they also let you keep going for a while. They'll let you keep going for a while so you can sink yourself pretty nice and good and fuck yourself with 5 charges of theft and shit like that. That's another thing about them. You don't want to fucking provoke these people. They have control of you. They have sovereignty. You don't. The minute you commit a crime, you essentially don't. You're anti-jurisdiction at that point, and they can do whatever the fuck they want to do with you. They're the system. You do not provoke them. And this is coming from somebody who has hunted a police officer before. Okay? Don't be like Skycat.
Okay.
Don't do as Donnie Skycat does.
I hear him. Y'all gonna make me mad. I'm being calm right now because I'm trying to see what's going on.
We're being calm too. We're just explaining what you need to do. Okay?
You stole money from the register like 5 or 10 times on video, and you are putting them through the most cringe denial that's ever probably occurred. Denial is not a river in Egypt, girlfriend.
Staff then explained to Deja
It's like this thing that you're wallowing in right now.
that the still photos she's being shown are from actual video in which she's caught putting money in her pocket, and denying it will not change anything. It seems like that hit a nerve, because just like that, she started to act hostile towards the officers. It even got to the point where she refused to listen to their instructions and picked up her stuff after being told she couldn't.
I'm just gonna walk out of here after all these thefts on camera.
At this
What delusional world do you live in?
point, I bet you can already sense the tension inside the room.
These are still photos, yes, and we do have videos of it. Okay, so we're not.
Like, okay, right now in this room, there is a globe above their heads, and there's someone listening. See it? See the camera right there? There's someone at a remote store listening to what she says right now. That's how fucking actually, like, updated they are. Their tech is not bad for stealing. They're you know, there's someone in a remote store listening to what she says right now, being a witness for the company, because they've been fucked by thieves so many times that they just spend most of their money on. Like, not most of their money, but they spend a lot of money on dreaming up ways to stop it, you know?
Just because these still photos are showing where your hands are at.
And so they put cameras on the register. I mean, what Walmart isn't going to put a camera on the register? You ever hear about anybody successfully stealing from a Walmart cash register? I don't think so.
I didn't take anything.
So I'm just letting you know. We already have it documented. The video and everything of you getting the money. Okay?
Can I put my stuff back up in
No,
there?
just leave him up there.
This is my that I bought for my money.
Okay, man,
Write
listen.
the statement.
We're gonna.
This is
keep
my
your
stuff
out.
though. What y'all
Okay, right now you're in
mean?
custody. Okay.
You are in custody. You are going to jail. We are about to frisk you and take everything you have and put you in an orange suit. Maybe you've never been there before, but I have.
So I need you to get your stuff out. All right. Just
Cringe.
Like, this is my stuff I bought with my money. Why
Okay,
can't I
so-
put
Okay, so something that happened to me when I was like 12 is I was stealing 7 PlayStation 1 games all at once. It was Battle Arena Toshinden, Resident Evil 1, Jumping Jack Flash, and I forget the other 3. Warhawk, I think. I remember the games because they were all my favorite games at the time. And I was sick of renting them, which was costing my parents too much, my mother too much money. So I went to the Nebraska Furniture Warehouse to their electronics thing. And this was the first of the 2 times I've been caught shoplifting. And this was the first time, I think. Yeah, this was the first time. I'm trying to remember. It's so fucking like fuzzy now, and I forgot what I was talking about too. Oh yes, so I was 12 at the Nebraska Furniture Warehouse, and I was stealing PlayStation 1 games because we were living in a garage and we were poor, and we were living off of like $4 of food a day, and we were just destitute. We were out of it. The only thing I had in my life was an N64 and a PlayStation 1 that I had from 4 years before we were poor, and that's in a crappy TV, and that was my entire world and my reality. And I needed new games. I was going crazy, you know. So I act like an asshole and I go to Nebraska Furniture Warehouse and I get away with it the first like 4 times. But then the 5th time I keep coming back and getting more greedy because I'm like, oh wow, I think I might steal all the video games I ever play, you know, just because it's been so good for my life that, you know, and I'd have to walk a long way to get to that Nebraska Furniture Warehouse too. It was like 4 miles or something like that. So I'd be like going on down to the reservoir for a couple hours. See ya. And what I really do is walk to the Nebraska Furniture Warehouse and steal games and then hide them behind the fucking back window of my house and sneak them in the garage and then put the discs in the other game cartridges and destroy the boxes. Right. That's how bad it was. And like so my mother could not tell that I had stolen new games, right? And I would play with headphones so she couldn't tell that there was new sounds from some new game that I was like, you know, that I couldn't hide. I was excited to play, kind of thing. And she knew where was I going to get the money for new games, right? So I had all these people hunting me and stuff, and I got caught. I walked through the electric detector, which I was getting around by removing the stickers, right? While I did the stealing, I would go through the aisle. I would use a tiny fucking X-Acto knife and get into the box and remove the stickers and then steal the box. I wanted to get to the disc, but they would put them in these crappy plastic cases, but you could tell where the tag was on the hard shell plastic case and stuff. And so I came back there about 5 times or something, and I as I was leaving, a guy came over and tapped me on the shoulder, and he was like, "Hey, man, I don't really think anything's wrong, but you wouldn't have been like maybe stealing, would you have been?" And I was like, "No, man, what?" And he was like, "Yeah, I think you might have been stealing games from us." And I was like, "No, I'm okay. I didn't set off your metal detector, no." And he was like, "Yes, yeah, you've been stealing games from us. I've got you on camera." And I was like, "No, you don't." And he was like, No, I don't. He didn't. I know because I have been hiding from the cameras. You know, he did not have me on camera. He did not have me stealing on camera. I know he didn't. I said, "No, you don't." And he looked down, and I was lying perfectly, like totally stone-faced, and just being like, "What? No, man, I'm fine. I was getting away with it really well." But my knees were fucking shaking like I was going to collapse. And he was like, "You got to come with me, man. Your knees gave you away." And I was like, "Oh, really?" And I was like, "Fuck." And he was like, "Yeah, you've been stealing games, haven't you?" And I'm like, "Yeah." And he was like, how many do you have? And I was like, 7. And he's like, you're going to go to jail for this. That's theft over 500. You're going to go to juvie and maybe jail or something. And I was like, oh my God. And he was like, you know what I'm going to do for you? You're young. You're fucking stupid. I'm going to make you attend a class and I'm going to tell your parents you did this. But I'm going to tell them that you only stole 2 games, and I'm going to tell the store that it was only 2 games, and I don't ever want to see you in this place again, or I'll hurt you. And he was like, if you come in the store again, I can legally hurt you, and I will. He was like, I will tackle you in this store, and I will hurt you if you ever come back here again. That's exactly what he said to me, and I didn't blame him. He was like, if you come in this store again, I will physically tackle you and hurt you. And I was like, okay, deal. And he was like, what are you going to do? And I was like, not steal. And he was like, what else? Not come in the store ever again. And I was like, yep. And he was like, all right, get the fuck out of here. And he did. He called my parents. He got me fucked on that one. That one was so bad. I had to go to like 4 fucking classes. I didn't have to go to jail that day, but I did have to attend 6 shoplifting classes and they did they checked on my mom because they were like, why is he stealing, and that kind of stuff. And it was just crazy. And I never did steal anything. Well, I mean, I stole a lot more over my lifetime, but I didn't shoplift more than $50 ever again. And the second time I was stealing $19 worth of food from Safeway, and he tackled me and broke my shoulder. And the threat from the first time became the reality. And I got hurt very, very fucking badly the second time I ever got caught shoplifting, which didn't go like this. When the second time I got shoplifting, they didn't bring me to some fucking room. As I was leaving with the fucking those hand carts that you get at the Safeway for a smaller amount of food and stuff. I just loaded up one of those and I was just walking out with those for like weeks. I was doing that. I was just fill a hand cart, and I was like, well, I'm starving and on the streets and I need to eat. And so if anybody has any issue, I'm gonna be like, I'm sorry, I'm placing this down. I am homeless on the streets and I'm hungry and I'm stealing because I need to eat. And I'm gonna leave this here and I'm gonna walk away. And I'm sorry, I'm not trying to hurt you guys. I'm just starving to death. And that was my excuse for. That was the go-to excuse when I was shoplifting, and I only ever had to use it. I never did use it. I never used it. I never had to use that, but that was what I had prepped to tell them. And I would just blatantly walk out the front door with the fucking handbasket in my hand. But that sets them off because nobody leaves with handbaskets in their hands. And so he tackled me as I was leaving. He scraped he scraped his nose on the pavement. And he broke my shoulder tackling me. And because he broke my shoulder tackling me from behind with no warning, they thought I was going to sue Safeway successfully. So they filed an assault charge on me, which was the worst thing that ever happened to me, short of losing the love of my life and a man trying to kill me. That was the second or third most worst thing that ever happened to me. And I dodged that charge for 6.5 years. I didn't get in a car. I didn't go to court. I didn't see a cop. I just tried to get past the statute of limitations on that fucking felony assault charge that they filed on me for getting my shoulder broken by a store security for stealing $19 of food from Safeway. And on top of it, I immediately, in my juvenile mind, counted it equal when they, by law, forced me to take an ambulance ride out of the Safeway because they had broken my shoulder for stealing $19 worth of food. And they forced me to take an ambulance ride 3 blocks to Porter Hospital in Denver, Colorado. And that ambulance ride was $3,700 for a 3-minute ride, 3 blocks. And they charged me for that. And they ruined my credit. It's still on my credit. They charged me for that. They were pissed about that. It went up to $12,000 right quick, and they were just after me for that forever. And it ruined my credit. I was never able to get a credit card because of that. And is that my fault? Yes, it was not their fault. It was my fault. All of that stuff's my fault. My fault. None of that has to do with them. Even them breaking the shoulder is still my fault. They broke the shoulder, but I mean, I was the one stealing. I deserved it. And I didn't deserve it, but I mean, I put myself in that situation. It's my fault. And when you actually are good at this and you actually succeed at it for long enough, you begin to learn what to do and what not to do. And provoking police officers is pretty much the stupidest fucking thing that you can do. The only friends you have past the video evidence is the cops. They're the only people that can save you. The court will fuck you in the ass by policy. The DA and the prosecutors will fuck you in the ass by policy. Everybody in the system will fuck you in the ass by the policy. Nobody can actually help you in this situation except the cops. So they're the last people that you go up against. I've never even raised a word against the cop. I proudly told the last cop I saw, it was, I mean, I saw my probation officers a lot. I saw cops, but I didn't see cops like that were arresting me. The last time I saw a cop in my life, and this is the last time too. I'm never going to break the fucking law ever again, or at least not until they legalize hard drugs, you know? Legalize hard drugs. Yeah. Because we need relapse. We got 7 billion people on this planet. We need relapse deaths. We need it now. Like, we need oil. We need enough people dying because of opioids to balance the population crisis, because we don't have enough food to feed everybody on this planet. We like to think we do, but we don't. We've killed half of the fucking world's coral reefs and all this, and we don't have the food to feed the world. We really don't. So, you know...
Well, then write that on the statement. Okay, you don't need to yell at me. Do what they're telling you to do.
You're not grown as hell. You're acting like a child. You're pushing this cringe like 7 minutes past where it needs to go as they show you evidence. I don't really see why she is forced to fill out any paperwork, because this is not a police station. So, I mean, this is like a questionnaire that the store police are having her fill out because she's an employee. But the fact that they're forcing her to fill out something on a clipboard is frankly sort of dystopian in its bureaucracian, almost Methuselan, and it's like I don't know, it's the bureaucracy and the fascism here is so strong that they're like forcing her to do paperwork because she committed a crime. Isn't that on their auspice? Isn't that their job? Why should she have to do anything but provide a signature? And I think of it as fascism when they hand her a clipboard and they ask her to do something other than defend herself. That's on them. That onus is on them. That's what a good prosecutor would say too. Why is she filling out some clipboard? Because all that's going to do is provide evidence against her. And that's another thing. No, I'm not signing shit. Not till I see a lawyer. No, I'm not writing some piece of paper. Not till I'm in the fucking box with the detective. No, I'm not signing a fucking piece of paper. No. And she's pissed off, and she should be. They're like Gestapo tacticing her a bit, and already I would have asked for a mistrial on this case. The clipboard is a clear abuse of power. It's a conflict of interest. It's close to entrapment. I view the clipboard as entrapment, and watching these store pigs do this to her, I think it kind of equals out. And now I think they should just fire her and let her walk out of this place, because I see them pretty much doing something far more criminally asinine and fucking evil and dangerous, which is trampling her fucking civil rights. Just trampling them. Which is a far more insidious crime than stealing $100 from the register. It's a way worse crime. The fucking clipboard is essentially, to me, it's like a felony, you know? It's a felony that's never going to get prosecuted. They hand her that clipboard. That's a felony to me. I think it should be prosecuted as a felony. It is entrapment. That clipboard, that should be the opposite of what they want to offer her, which is just video of her arrest. That's it. The only thing they should do is say, anything you can say will be used against you in a court of law, so we advise you to shut the fuck up. And we're not going to have you sign anything because, you know, we'll just use that against you. And you're going to leave with the police now, and they'll deal with you. Instead, it's this bureaucratic... trample her fucking civil liberties and shit. A good lawyer could get the case thrown out at this point, because you cannot force this woman to impel evidence against herself before she's ever even been arraigned. But that's exactly what the fuck they're doing, and that is very illegal, and it has a much worse sentence than what she did, which was stealing money from the register. What they're doing, I want them in jail for 5 years for, though. I want the cops in the room with her in jail for 5 years for this particular form of entrapment. I believe they are trampling her civil liberties and rights. And I believe the cop is a far more worse enemy to the society when they do stuff like this than she ever could be in a million years of stealing $100 from the register. Them trampling her rights like this is far more insidious and destructive to our country.
Right now you're still at work, so you're gonna do what works.
And I'm not trying to defend her. I'm saying I'm not trying to defend them. What they did is far, 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 far worse. Far, far worse. She stole $100 from the register or something, $200-300, something, right? Yeah, fuck her for theft. Go right ahead. You having her fill out this fucking clipboard in your little security office at the fucking Walmart is so illegal and so dangerous and so insidious that I wish to see the cops prosecuted far, far, far worse than her. And I see a crime that actually matters, and I want to fucking prosecute them. That clipboard to me represents why the government should burn. And I mean it. Fuck, January 6th. I'm talking about burn that building. That clipboard is why the government must be burned. I'm sick of them railroading us like this. If she's getting upset, she should be. She was swinging on them at the end of it. She should. They're trying to fuck her in her fucking ass. I don't respect them at all. I view them as essentially paper-pushing rapists. They're not putting a penis in her. They're putting a paper in her hands. They're paper rapists. They're raping her right now, right in front of us.
My people, the people that I'm working for, let them talk to me, please.
Okay,
Y'all
well,
don't
they
have
called
to.
us to assist, so now we're here. So now you're gonna write that statement.
The back and forth continued, and yet Deja continued to deny the accusations. She started talking back to the authorities, telling them that she wouldn't be talking to them. Of course.
Nope, gonna get a lawyer. You say lawyer. No statement, nothing. Lawyer.
That is her legal choice.
Don't say, hi, officer, what's your name? Don't say your name. Don't say anything at all. If you enter a police station, there is only one word in the entire English language, and it is, and you're not even in a police station. You're having you're having your fucking civil liberties like raped in live in real time. You know what I'm saying? Look at her sign away her life. It's disgusting. The pig should be in the fucking chains. And I'm sorry, you're like in some fucking security office with no lawyer, no representation. The woman's terrified. You're browbeating her and like being combative with her, and you're compelling some statement out of her before she's ever even been arraigned. And I'm sorry, she's stealing money from the fucking till, but you're treating her like a murder suspect and trampling her rights like the Gestapo and getting her to fucking run her own fucking defense into the ground before she ever even enters a courtroom, and you deserve the courtroom more than her because of it. And I mean what I say. Anybody with some legal knowledge at all would be like, this disgusting railroading and illegal, just, you know, I would say it's entrapment. This isn't, I mean, it's not entrapment. It's like coercion. It's coercion. They're like, you can't leave till you fill out the clipboard and incriminate yourself. How is that any better than fucking Hans Scharf and the SS and the Gestapo? They're like, well, we're going to need you to incriminate yourself here, or we're not letting you leave. We're just going to continue to browbeat you and terrify you and keep you in this corner, like, so you feel like a trapped animal and all this. And yeah, that's all Nazi Gestapo tactics. That's where they got all this stupid shit. The Hans Scharf taught them this shit in the 60s when we brought the Nazis here to teach our cops how to fucking act like this. And I'm sorry, but what you're doing is way the fuck worse than her. Way worse. I want to see the bracelets on him when somebody leaves this room. I want it to be the cop. I want the cop to be led away in bracelets, because this shit is a goddamn clear violation of civil liberties and rights. And like, we used to have standards in this country, but no. If this is how we treat the weakest links of our society, we are dead. We are dead in the fucking water. If we don't prosecute these assholes for doing shit like this, we won't have a country anymore.
But wait, there's more. When asked to write the statement, Deja also...
It's just like, no, say no. I'll do anything you want, but no statement. You know, so I'm not talking to you and no statement, lawyer. Like, I feel like you're fixing to fuck me and make me an example out of me because I'm black. That's how I was feeling now. Now I'm starting to feel like maybe this might be a good thing this happened to her. Because I think a good lawyer might say that you are profiling a black woman, you are terrorizing her, you are forcing her to compel evidence against herself in a fucking rent-a-cop hall, you know, not even in a fucking courtroom or a detective or anything like that. There's no lawyer present. She is not having her interest fucking, like, you know, her interests and her liberties observed and all this. You are violating her civil liberties and rights in such a nasty fucking way that I can't look at her anymore. I'm just looking at the real criminal.
Turn that request.
This girl is obviously like poor enough to steal $200 from the register. Fuck her and fuck stealing. But I mean, like, you know, but this guy is stealing our fucking country itself. His crime is far, far, far fucking worse. And this piece of paper is actual fucking evidence of it. You could use this piece of paper in a court of law to put this police officer in jail. And a good lawyer could. I'm surprised they're pushing it this bad with her. We did not build this country on fill a fucking piece of shit paperboard clipboard as some rent a pig fucking back room with no lawyer present. I'm not going to compel evidence. I'm not going to fucking supply evidence against myself in some back pig room. No, not even in a police station. No. And the more they try, the more I'm likely to fucking swing on you. I think you're trying to set me up here because I'm black.
Down and handed the paper back.
Sure, it's obvious she stole the money, but I mean, at this point, it's I'm seeing something way, way, way more scary and worse now.
Written. Just her
Like, I was okay until I saw that clipboard. That clipboard is a felony, and I want the police officer in fucking jail. This country has gone to hell in a handbasket, and it's them doing it.
all.
This is right what happens. It's already documented.
It's already documented. Oh, no lawyer has been spoken to. There's been no arraignment or court documents. There's been no defense or anything like that. No judge has been spoken to or anything. It's already in. You're already fucked. Just compel evidence, or, you know, just submit evidence against yourself, and we're compelling you to incriminate yourself now. It's already in. You're fucked. You can't have a lawyer. We will not let you leave this room. Yeah, fuck you. I won't let you leave prison for 10 years for fucking railroading this poor young lady's rights. What's worse, $200 from the register or 200 years of freedom out the fucking window because of these fascist shitheads?
What I want to see what happened. That's why I'm
telling you what happened.
I'm not talking to y'all, please.
I'm not talking to y'all, like, motherfucker, lawyer.
Listen,
But I'm not talking.
I'm not talking to you, lawyer.
You, I'm talking to him.
I'm telling you what's happened.
Okay, but like, what?
Seen on
How
video,
am I?
taking money from the registers and putting it in your
So
vest
that's what
pocket.
child seen,
Okay.
and that's what I didn't do.
Okay. Well, it's on video.
Okay, I want
It's
to
on
see a
video.
video.
Well, I'm telling you. I'm telling you what's on video. Okay.
It's okay.
You are terrorizing her, and you won't you won't show her the evidence that you seem to be so proud of. And that goes against everything America stands for. You have a right to confront your accuser. That's what she's doing. And you're lying. I don't think you're lying. I think you are bullying her. And I think you are violating her rights. And I think you are what's really wrong with this country. I don't think it's her stealing money from the register. I want to get her therapy for that. Maybe some help, you know? I want to put you in fucking jail for destroying my country.
Okay, I don't.
This was all fun and games and laughter till you brought out that clipboard and trampled someone's rights in front of 50 billion people. And I don't like you. I don't like what you've done to this country. You fucking shithead pig. Fuck you.
No statement.
You want to put on it, you don't want to write no statement, then you can put next
I don't
in
want
there.
to.
Yeah, put no statement. I don't want to write no statement. Fuck
Well,
no.
then you're going to initial it.
No, I'm not.
You put in there, I don't want to put no statement, you can initial it.
Oh, yeah, okay. I would be willing to do that. No statement. You know? I think I'd be willing to do that. I'd be like, no statement, no. I would be like, no statement, comma, no.
Okay?
So
Right.
y'all go.
Right.
Y'all go.
Statement and
force
initial
me
it
to
with
write
your-
a statement.
So now you're just basically your Vol commanding her like some sort of fucking slave driver. And I believe that if you want her signature so bad, grab her fucking fingers and sign for her. She's not going to give you what you want.
Write no statement and then initial it. Okay? So this way I can't put in there that you did something.
Here you go, sir.
Okay?
It's initial. DH. Thank you.
At this point, I think Deja is still clueless about where this is going.
At this point, I think we're still clueless about how badly this woman her rights were violated and how many felonies were just committed to destroy her.
And she calmly asks,
It's like 3. There's the coercion. No, it's just 1. It's coercion, though. Fucking full-blown. This piece of paper, he is coercing her.
ask the officers what their deal is. Maybe
That clipboard is coercion. His crime. Coercion? Can't remember. Coercion. Isn't that how you spell it? Coercion, right? Isn't that it? Oh, no, it's a C. I'm sorry. I always thought it was a... Where is it? Where did this go? Oh, I have CEO. I'm sorry. I was spelling it right. I just didn't see the C. Or is it the E? I mean, coercion. I mean, I accidentally hit E by mistake on that. That clipboard is felony coercion. They are grossly violating her rights. I mean, fuck her, but... Fuck them. Way, way worse. I want some felony time for these officers.
this is the reason she acted all confused and shocked when the cops informed her that she was getting arrested. If you think this is crazy, just wait till you see what she did after. Spoiler alert, what she did next will surely guarantee that she's not going home that day.
So y'all seeing that I took something up child George. Okay.
What I'm saying, you know, it's on video. Okay, you know.
She's pulling out the money.
Don't come here just to look at videos.
So what y'all finna do?
Arrest you.
Arrest me?
Yeah, so you're gonna do what they told you to do, is get back home.
Why is y'all arresting me?
Because you're under arrest for stealing.
I didn't steal anything.
Okay, just take off your vest so then we can get out of here.
Okay, can I go home? I didn't steal shit. Like, I'm not even from out here.
I'm not even from out here.
Bro, don't touch me. I gotta get my shit.
You assaulted this woman. She was not acting violent. She was not running. She was being complacent, and you bum rushed her like a football team. And I'm seeing a lot.
I gotta get my stuff.
And now they're fucking four-manning a 100-pound girl.
Oh, I'm not even from out here. I did not steal anything. Okay, I gotta be. Okay. You just broke my. Okay. I'm not turning around. Ow! No! Ow!
Stop resisting.
Ow! No! Hurting me! No, hurting me! What's up, man? No!
Give me your hands.
I didn't do anything.
That woman has not swung a fist or struck anybody, and you're about to tase her.
Put your hands behind your back or I'm gonna tase you.
No! You're hurting me!
Fine.
No, he's hurting me! Oh, John, y'all serious
Now
right
you're under arrest
now?
for resisting.
What you mean? I just finna turn it.
She did not resist in any way or form. $5,000. $5,000.
Right now. Can I get my belongings?
And it went downhill from there. The officers used more force just to handcuff her and broke her nails in the process. I mean, it might have been too much force, but it appears these officers are just doing their jobs. And when a person suspected of a crime starts acting aggressively, they have to stand their ground and enforce the law.
She raised her voice. I don't think I saw her even raise a fist. You full-blown started assaulting her, and
That's just how things work.
It literally broke my nail, yes.
32, son of 52 too, she's bleeding.
You did it!
You
Why? No, I didn't!
Yes, you did.
No, I promise I didn't!
no, she didn't. We're going to go back.
Oh, I didn't steal shit.
Now watch, we're
I'm
going to
not
slow
even
this
from
down,
here.
and we're going to look for some kind of resist or some kind of movement or some kind of anything. You're not going to see it. Now watch. We're going to mute it because it's annoying. Now, no resisting. She's actually doing what they told her to do. And now they said, don't. Now they're putting their hands on her, which is assault. They have no business putting their hands on her. Not yet. I got to get my shit. And now they're coming at her like they're going to assault her. And they did. They attacked her. You see it? They're attacking her. She's not resisting. She is being terrorized. They have come in at her like they're going to hurt her. Yep, I see a scared person that doesn't know what's going to happen being manhandled by fucking thugs. I mean, I don't see resisting here. I don't see a blow. I don't see any resisting here. I see them attacking her. Shall we do it again? This girl does not look like she's about to assault anyone. See it? She's giving him the jacket and doing what they're saying. And they're coming at her and raising hands and attacking her. There was resisting because they attacked her. They came at her. They made their move and they assaulted her, and she's terrified. See it? She did not make a move. She's resisting because they assaulted her. I mean, this was a shoplifter, whatever. It's not shoplifting beef. It's a theft beef. Like, do we really need to assault this lady? It's a theft beat. You've got her dead to rights, but you're here like bullying her in some back room. What's to stop you from raping her? This is so improper. This is so improper. I want the police in jail over it. Like, this is so improper. Watching this shit, it's like, why are you fucking like tackling this unarmed 100-pound girl? Like, I mean, what? And if she's resisting, it's because you keep coming at her. All you have to do is stand there and be like, look, you're not leaving the fucking room, and we don't want to touch you. We're not trying to scare you. A good person would be like, look, we're not trying to scare you. We're going to stand here. We're going to give you the time you need to accept the fact that you're being arrested. But, you know, but there was no talking even. There was just, let's jump on her. She went from doing what they said, which is giving them the fucking the jacket.
Just take off your vest.
Just take off your vest, and as she does, right? There was no resisting here. She was doing everything they told her to do.
Okay, can I go home?
Okay, can I go home or whatever?
I didn't steal shit. Like, I'm not even from out here.
Yeah, like she's like doing what they're telling her to do, and then it goes from like her peacefully doing what they're telling her to doing to 4 scary 280-pound people just coming at her like Frankenstein is what I see. And I would resist too. I'd be like, motherfucker, I am up here unarmed in a bad situation, obviously. And I don't have any weapons. I'm like, you know, I've got my long nails, I guess. And like, you know, but like, I mean, this woman does not look like she is resisting arrest to me. It looks like you are looking to whoop her fucking ass for wasting your time.
Bro, don't touch me. I gotta
Bro, do not touch her. What does she do to warrant you touching her like this?
get my
Why are you treating her like this? This looks to me like a rape. It's not sexual in nature. It just looks like the thorough tackling and abduction of a woman who wasn't struggling till you fucking came at her. 4-man. Do we need to 4-man this 100-pound woman? Like, or whatever, 150-pound woman. Like, I guess maybe 2 people might be acceptable, 1 for each arm maybe. But I mean, she's not getting out of the room. The door's locked. Do we really need to come at her like Frankenstein and terrorize the shit out of her and corner her like some kind of fucking animal, which she doesn't even have a fucking weapon? Do we really need to touch her? Now, they want to arrest her. But see, they didn't say, we are arresting you now. They didn't say that. They said you are under arrest now. But like, they didn't say, okay, we're going to put the cuffs on now, or even warn her first. They just came at her like they were going to rape her. And I'm sorry, but I want these police in jail. Like, what I see here is far, far worse on their side. And she belongs to jail, but they belong in real man's jail. Felony, you know. This shit, why are we attacking this woman? Remember when they tased the 12-year-old in the back of the car? Remember the Acorn cop? You guys remember the Acorn cop? That's what this reminds me of a bit. Was it necessary for the Acorn cop to empty his mag into the back of his own goddamn cop car where the unarmed suspect he had just placed in the back seat was, right? Did you really need to empty your fucking mag? I don't think so. Just like I don't think you need to fucking like approach this woman like she's a piece of steak and you're about to rape her for dinner. I really don't understand that. Now, if I'm going to fucking put cuffs on her and she looks like she's frightened and in a bad situation, I'm going to sympathize with her as a good community member here and say, ma'am, I don't want to touch you, so I'm going to give you an option here to put the cuffs on yourself. If you do not, we will hurt you probably putting them on for you. And if you don't want to put them on yourself, we are going to tackle you now. And I'm warning you that we are going to approach you and suppress you and put you on the ground, and we're going to hog tie you, and we're going to fucking tase you. And do you really want that? Where's the warning? There's no warning. There was just, Frankenstein coming at you with hands out, like, I'm going to rape you kind of energy that would terrorize somebody into acting like they were resisting. And I'm sorry, I look at coercion here, and I want the police prosecuted. Why are we tackling this 100-pound woman like it's a fucking tag team? They tased her ass. They tased this unarmed woman. Jesus fucking Christ, what is wrong with you? Is she gonna run out of the fucking locked room? Is she gonna beat the fuck out of all four of you? What is she gonna do? Like, what is she gonna do? I think you're gonna break her fucking shoulder like you did mine. But I don't think she did anything to anybody here to warrant this sort of treatment. I don't believe she was violent. I think she was scared. And yeah, I guess you gotta cuff her somehow, yeah. But I mean, you should probably warn her that the cuffs are coming now, ma'am. In the next 10 seconds, we are going to put bracelets on your wrists. If you'd like, you can put them on yourself and probably avoid injury. If you resist us, we are likely to hurt you, and we do not want to do that. Where is the respect and the love of these police officers for their own community? There needs to be some warning. There was not even like, okay, we're going to come tackle you now. It was just like out. Arms out like Frankenstein. We're going to hurt you now. There was no warning. There was no even like, you are under arrest. Here, we're going to read you your rights now. Here are your Miranda rights. You have a right to shut the fuck up. You have a right to not do anything or we're going to hurt you, and, you know, etc. and all this. But no, it's more like you came out at her like you were going to fucking zip tie her and rape her. And I see it as goddamn coercion. And this happens every fucking day, all the time. I would resist if you were treating me like this too, because I'm thinking the rape's coming next. I pretty much do. The way you treated her, I would imagine that the rape is next. Like, honestly, you guys look like fucking animals in here. I've been busted by police plenty of times. None of them have ever remotely acted like this, and I've resisted way worse than this. None of them have ever acted like this. This was a fucking clear fucking felony coercion and assault, I would say. Assault. They tased her when she didn't even lift a finger. I'm gonna tase you. I would resist, you fucking assholes too. I don't blame her. You're terrorizing her fucking ass. You came at her like motherfucking Texas Chainsaw Massacre. You came at her like Leatherface. And what else is she gonna do? She's gonna resist. When you come at her like you're a fucking horror villain with your arms out like you're gonna choke her to death and rape her, of course she's gonna fucking resist, you fucking morons. And I don't see resisting here. I don't see somebody trying to fight. I don't see somebody running or even trying to dodge around or avoid anything. I see somebody submitting to you, frankly. And you are acting like she has just shot somebody. I don't think it's commensurate. I don't. I didn't like her. I still don't. Like, I'm not her fan. I don't like her. You know what I'm saying? I don't like her, but I don't like you way worse. What I'm seeing, what you did is way worse than her. Way worse. The damage you're doing to the community was way worse than the $5,000 she stole. I really believe this too. The damage you're doing when you treat my people like this is disgusting. Fucking disgusting. And I'm not even talking like my people like she's the same race as me. I'm talking about my fucking fellow Americans. How dare you treat my people like this? That woman did not raise a finger. She was standing there handing him the jacket, doing everything they said she should. You came at her like motherfucking Leatherface. Your energy was Leatherface. And I fucking resist you too. Shitty fascist pigs. I'd be crying too. You probably broke all her nails. You have any idea how painful that is? You ever broke a fucking fingernail before? It's up there with like labor pain and fucking teeth pain. It's a special form of hell, fingernail pain. You know what they do when they really torture you? The fingernails. It's the one that breaks all the spies. The fingernails are a really sensitive area. And he full-blown assaulted her and drew blood and broke her nail. And I don't know if you've ever broken a nail, ladies, but fuck, man, I can't think of worse pain in my life. She is in pain. What you mean? I agree with her. What you mean? She has not lifted a finger. She's not screaming at you. She was being peaceful when you tackled her. What do you mean? What do you mean? You were like, she was resisting because you came at her like goddamn Leatherface. I'm surprised you didn't have a chainsaw. I'd fucking resist your ass too. Fucking scary as hell. You came at her like fucking horror show. Fucking horror show. Like you were about to Blair Witch her ass and rape her. I don't blame her at all. Don't blame her at all.
And it went down.
Now you're standing there peacefully, but you couldn't do it a minute ago. Now you're standing there next to her peacefully, you know, I guess because of the cuffs are on, I guess, yeah. But I mean, like, but you obviously have the fucking power to stand next to her and reason with her and talk to her about what's happening. You're doing it right now in real time in the scene after you broke all her rights and her nails and all this shit. And like, you know, and so now you're peacefully standing here next to her. You don't have attack energy anymore like you're about to rape her. It's really weird. You need to warn her first when you're going to do shit like this. You got to warn women, especially, what you're doing when you come at her with arms out. Like, you guys came at her like, all right, time to tackle and suss her down and rape her kind of fucking vibes. And it was just disgusting to me. Disgusting.
And it went downhill from there. The officers used more force just to handcuff her. And
the way you came at her, I would not let you put cuffs on me. I'd be like, nope, the cuffs are what's gonna make sure the rape absolutely happens. I'm gonna fight. I think she was fighting you for her life, and I don't blame her. It went so south. I mean, you have her dead to rights. Why did you need to touch her at all? I mean, honestly, I guess if she isn't gonna put the cuffs on herself, you sooner or later have to do this. I'm sympathetic to that. But I mean, I'm fairly sure this lady, if you had just talked to her, I think she would have put the cuffs on herself. Like, if you had warned her that you were going to do this, like, lady, we're going to tackle you, we're going to take you to the ground, and we're going to tase you. Can't you fucking peacefully warn her first? Shouldn't it be a law that you have to, kind of? Like, warn them first what you're going to do. When if they're trapped in a locked room with you, shouldn't it be a requirement by law for you to tell them what you intend to do when you use force to suppress them? And warn them what's going to happen first. I think it should be a law. Because you came at that lady like you were a rapist. You gave her no warning. Terrified the living shit out of her. And I'm sorry.
broke her nails in the process. I mean,
if it was a dude, I would say the same, frankly. I'd be like, yeah, I don't like this dude. Fuck him. But, like, I really don't like what you did here.
it might have been too much force, but it appears these officers are just doing their jobs.
No, that lady, I don't believe she can fight a fly.
And when a person suspected of a crime starts acting aggressively, they have to stand
You mean she was black
on their ground and enforce the
and stole from Walmart?
law. That's just how things work.
That's just how things work in this country. Oh my god, that's like fucking oh man, that's torture.
32 son of 50.
Yeah, I'd be fucking miserable too. I've had times like this, like, okay, the worst time, and I mean the worst thing that's ever happened to me. When I submitted to the citizen's arrest on my trespass. This was 5.5 years ago. Done my time, out of it, etc. I submitted, but he needed to suppress me. He needed it for his own psychological thing. And I was like, okay, I'm going to give you what you want here, but please don't hurt me. But he was 350 pounds. He sat on my entire body unnecessarily. I told him, I am submitting to a citizen's arrest. And he was like, no, I'm tackling you. And he did. And I was like, okay. And he did. And he fucking sat on my ribs and broke my ribs. And I told the cops this, and I asked to leave in an ambulance, and I said, I have broken ribs. And they were like, no, we're we're gonna, or I say they were like, okay, we're gonna take you to the hospital, but we have to take you to the police station first. And I was like, okay. And they were like, we have to change paddy wagons if we're gonna take you to the hospital. And I was like, okay. So they did. But where it really started was as soon as they threw me in that paddy wagon, I had the broken rib, which is also like kind of having broken nail pain. It's really not okay. Broken ribs hurt so bad. It's hurts to breathe, you know. And they threw me in there with a broken rib, and I got tossed around. And then they proceeded to drive really quickly because they wanted to get me to the hospital. And I was tortured for 55 minutes or something like that. Worst time I've ever had in my fucking life. It was a dark, scary paddy wagon. There was nothing to hold on to, and I had a broken rib that was causing me to have convulsions where I couldn't defend myself from being bumped around the back of the fucking paddy wagon. And you say, oh, well, you trespassed, you deserve it. I did, but I brought this on myself, you know. But it was kind of like what Nazis do, though. It was kind of like what Nazis do. I think they should have put a cop in the back with me. I think that's something that terrifies the shit out of them. I told them, I was like, I'm not violent. I need help here. You cannot throw me in the back of this paddy wagon and toss me around with a broken rib. It is like torture. I will sue you for torture. You cannot do this to me. And they were like, yes, we can. And they did. And it was the darkest hour of my life. I would take butt rape over it. I would take murder over it, probably. Honestly, the memory bothers me so much. It was the most horrible thing I've ever heard of, that anybody I've ever met has ever happened, I would say. You know, then when the man beat me within a half inch of my life or whatever, left me bloody and shit. That wasn't like when they threw me in the paddy wagon and bounced me around for like an hour, and I was like fucking falling around because I was like crying and screaming, and I had like mucus coming out of my nose and I couldn't breathe, and I was like, I can't handle this pain. You have broken my rib, and you are essentially, you have thrown me into a dryer like a fucking tennis ball, and I have a broken rib, and I bounced around that motherfucker like a tennis ball and experienced the worst torture, terrorization, and pain and violence of my entire life. And at the end of it, I was like, never again. Never again. Never again. Not because I don't like drugs or breaking the law or any of that shit, or I respect them, or I care about breaking the law or any of that stuff. It's because I have this fundamental belief, because that's what happened, right? This is what happened. Every single time I saw the cops in the last 10 years, each time I had a worse bone broken, a worse story to tell, worse PTSD for offenses that didn't even lead to jail time. And not because I had a fancy lawyer, is because they weren't even very bad. They were trespassing and shoplifting, you know, both of which I submitted, you know, one of which I submitted citizen's arrest and told them, take me away. I fucked up here, and I really don't like what I did to you, and I had no intention of harming anybody, and I'm so sorry, and I never wanted to harm anybody in my community, and you can call the cops right now, and I will submit, and I will take the ride out. And he was like, nope, I'm tackling you so you can't run. And I was like, I understand, just please do not permanently hurt me, sir. And he did. He broke my fucking rib. Well, he didn't permanently, but he wrecked me for 6 weeks or something like that. It was the worst pain I ever experienced in my whole life. When they finally got me to the fucking the fucking hospital, the Denver General was the hospital jail. I've been there twice under hospital auspices when I was arrested, and when I was there, they denied that they had broken my rib. And they didn't take me to the hospital right away. So then I convulsed and cried until 16 fucking dudes in the hole were like, this guy's actually dying, and if you don't call an ambulance, we're going to like put you on the internet. And they did. And finally they got me to the fucking hospital, and like another hospital. They had to take me from the hospital jail to another fucking hospital, Lutheran. And then those guys were like, this is a really, really bad rib break, but it's only a crack, which is good. And they're like, it's not a bad. They're like, this is a very bad rib break. You're gonna be in a lot of fucking pain, but it'll heal. And I was like, oh, thank God. And they were like, you didn't like shatter something. Well, thank God. It's not a multiple fracture. It's just a crack. You cracked your rib very, very badly. You sat on it and cracked it. And they're like, if you treat yourself well, it'll heal probably perfectly. And I was like, okay, thank God. And all that. And then they proceeded to, 10 seconds later after they told me that, they proceeded to shoot lidocaine into my heart to stop me from dying of seizure shock over a broken rib. Because I had been denied service for 4.5 hours. I've been bounced around the paddy wagon like a tennis ball in a fucking, a fucking tennis ball in a fucking, a dryer. I wish I was making this stuff up, but no, this all happened. It sucked. And at the end of it, I wanted to kill several people. I wanted to prosecute several people. I felt that it was all my fault in the first place because I broke the law, so I didn't do anything. But I also really wanted to kill the people who kind of Nazi fucking tossed me around a paddy wagon with a broken rib like I was in a bouncy ball house. And I bounced around that motherfucker. They were driving fast because they knew I was hurt, but they didn't give a shit about the broken rib or any of that. They thought I was lying. So they bounced me around with a broken rib with my fucking hands like chained behind my back. And I'm bouncing around this motherfucker, delirious from pain, in shock, impossible to even predict what's happening, bashing my head into the fucking metal walls and shit, and bouncing and screaming in pain. And they're like, we're gonna get you to the hospital. And I'm like, this is torture. I will sue you. Get me to the hospital now. And they get so much of that already that they don't care what you say. And I don't blame them. They get so much of that shit already, and probably 9/10 of the time it's not true. It was true when I said it, but it probably not true 9/10 of the time when everybody else says it. So I don't blame them. That's a boy cry wolf situation. Probably tons of people are like, I'm hurt, take me to the hospital, because they want to figure out some way to get out of their problem. That was not my thing. My thing was, sir, I submitted to a citizen's arrest. It is obvious that I was not resisting. I have a broken rib because of the man who I let citizen arrest me, and you must take me to a hospital. He has broken my rib, and you are bouncing me around this, and it is like being tortured, and I will sue you for cruel and unusual punishment if you do not fix it. And they were like, oh my fucking God, he's for real. And I'm like, yeah, I'm for fucking real, motherfucker. You are torturing me in my own country, worse than Guantanamo Bay. Guantanamo Bay doesn't strap you up with a broken rib in a bouncy ball house made of metal and see how much pain you can endure from a cracked rib while you're bounced around like some kind of fucking, like a fucking ball on a soccer field. You know what I'm saying? Every red light was like this fucking PTSD nightmare that I still have in my head, and I really want to kill the men who did it. Kill them. I won't, but I want to kill them for doing what they did to me. You understand? And that's the treatment I see here.
52 too.
I guess we see what happens to us, right? We see what happens to us, but I did not see a woman resisting any more than me. I didn't resist when I took the citizen's arrest, and they still broke my fucking rib like that and then tortured me like you did her. You tortured. It's the same thing as the broken rib. You broke her, you cracked her nails, which is just, I'm sorry, but of all the things that you can do to a human, especially a woman, is breaking their long fucking fingernails. That's up there with like rape or something like that. You want to talk about horrible, horrible things to do to a human being? It's not rape, but it's up there with Guantanamo torture and the broken rib and the paddy wagon story. It's like you broke her nails over her standing there peacefully. She was standing there peacefully. You want to see it? Motherfucker was standing there peacefully.
Spoiler alert. What she did next will surely guarantee.
Yeah, like she got violent, but I mean, motherfucker, this woman is sitting here peacefully the entire time. She's not threatening or raising her voice or any of this shit. She's standing there peacefully and she complies when they say take off her jacket and all this shit. I'm not seeing what you see. I think you want to see some criminal that you want to laugh at. I'm seeing the criminal's face is blurred out for a reason. They're not blurring out the criminal. They're blurring out the criminal with the big time felony, This is criminal police work. It's
Spoiler alert,
criminal.
What she did next will surely guarantee that she's
Yep. And so they tackle her, no warning, and they probably break her phone and they break her nails. That to me is assault.
not going home that day.
You could peacefully stand there for a second, 5 seconds. That's all I'm asking, on your lapel cam, and be like, "Ma'am, we have reached the point now where we must put the bracelets on you, and we don't wish this to be something. And we're sympathetic that you might be scared here, and we don't want to put you in some kind of state of panic or something like that. Would you like to submit and put the bracelets on yourself, or we will peacefully put them on you and we won't lay a finger on you?" Right? This woman is obviously scared shitless and needs some special consideration. This is a special case. It's a special case. It needs like better care than you idiots have been given in terms of your education and stuff. And like your sensitivity is out. It's just atrocious. It's atrocious. And so she's submitting and I might say complying more than she probably should be with you guys. She's like handing over the evidence in her case to you unwillingly.
No.
And you're forcing her to do this because you're starting to really scare her. She can see violence in your eyes, and she can see you're about to do something to her, and she's just submitting to you. She's handing you the jacket and the evidence of the shit.
Saying that I took something out child door.
Yes, she's also like, "So what am I accused of? What am I under arrest for? I am peacefully handing you my stuff. There's no resistance here. Do you see it? Do I see warlike in her? No, I don't see some anger. I don't even see anger. I don't see anything at all. I see resignation, sorrow, and fear. I don't see this, "Oh my God, she's gonna hurt us. We better fucking hog tie her," right? And tase her. I'm seeing really soft female fear, and I don't see a violent woman here. I don't, and I'm sorry. And how you acted is so scary.
It's on video. Okay.
So no warning. You just are like, "All right, now tackle her and rape her." No warning. You don't say anything at all. You're just like, "All right, now we're going to approach you like Frankenstein with our arms out and scare the living shit out of you like a poor fucking downed animal out in the field or something. You're going to terrorize her like a rabbit out in the fucking field. She's like a rabbit in your fucking headlights." And you don't even warn her first. You don't tell her what's happening. You don't tell her what the actual crime is. You don't say, "Let me read your rights now. We are going to read your rights, your Miranda rights, or this and that." You don't do anything. You don't fucking read her rights or any of this. You just go at her like she's a piece of meat and you're ready to knives out. I don't come here just to look at videos.
Just to look at videos.
So what y'all finna do?
What y'all gonna do?
Arrest you.
Arrest me?
Yeah, so you're gonna do what they told you to do, is get back on.
Why is y'all arresting?
There's no war. There's no combat. There's no threat. There's fear, but there's no anger here. There is no threat of violence. There is no reason for you to treat her like she needed to be tased or break her nails.
Because you're under arrest for stealing.
I didn't steal anything.
Okay, just take off your vest so then we can get out of here.
Okay, can I?
All right, just hand over the evidence then. Well, can I get a lawyer?
Oh, I didn't steal. Like, I'm not even from.
She's submitting. She's complying. Why did you attack her like she was like raping somebody?
Out here.
All right, it's over. All right, we're coming at you now. Here it comes. Ah! No warning, nothing. No warning, nothing. Just coming at you now. Rape time. Rape time. We're not warning you. We're not going to tell you what's happening. We're just coming at you with arms out. We're going to fucking fuck you up. And I'm sorry. It's goddamn fucking coercion and goddamn fucking assault. I'm trying to get my stuff. And then she has a panic attack and a fucking, like a mental breakdown in an episode because you're terrorizing her, and I don't blame her. And she focuses on the one thing that she can think about is how bad you seem to be hurting her to get at the evidence in the case that's going to put her in jail for years. And that is called coercion. And that's how any competent DA can slam dunk these pig fucking shitheads into the jail where they belong. I'm not even fighting. She wasn't. She's like, "Why are you treating me like I'm like screaming or like, or hurting someone or something?" This woman is standing here.
Okay.
Okay, and okay.
Okay. Okay. I just broke my. Okay. Can I turn around? Ow, God.
Can I turn around is what she said. Not like fuck you guys, I'm not going. Fuck you, or any of this stuff. She says I'm trying to turn around so you can cuff me. Does that sound like somebody that is resisting arrest or deserves to be tased or assaulted? She's saying, okay, you know? Does that sound like somebody's resisting you? Does the word okay sound like resist? No, you broke her nail, dude, and you assaulted her, and now she's in a lot of pain and in shock, and it's getting worse by the second, and you have committed a felony assault on this woman now. And she's dealing with that reality. You're not dealing with that reality. She's dealing with that reality. And she's doing well, too, by the way. She hasn't swung a fist. She hasn't, like, kneed you in the groin or scratched you with those nails that you broke or anything that I would do to you. She is submitting to you, and you're still fucking beating the shit out of her, you fucking fascist pig fucker. Yeah. Crying woman, yeah. What do you mean? And she's right, too. What do you mean? This woman did not resist you. She is not resisting arrest. You are fucking straight up police brutality, her ass. Police brutality live and in real time. Broke her nail, tortured her, tackled her, and tased her for standing there. She didn't do anything. Not a thing. She stole something, but she didn't do anything to you guys to cause this. You deserve the jail. Anyways, we saw this part, and I don't like crying women. It just goes to my lizard brain and breaks me. And I can't focus on anything when it's happening.
You want to go to the hospital and get checked out?
No.
How about
No.
we cover that up so it doesn't bleed all over, okay? Sounds good?
Now it's time for more questions. When asked about why she had the money, Deja mentioned that she had bills to pay, of course, just like the rest of us. However, unlike most decent people, this Walmart employee was not able to explain the other instances when she
Where they broke her fingernail and tackled her with no warning and basically assaulted her and all this other stuff. Yeah.
was caught putting cash in her
It's
pocket during the shift. Because of this, she started being aggressive once again, especially after the cops found her fake IDs.
Fake has transaction history and all that stuff.
Yes, and I can show y'all.
Well, then you can print that out, bring it to court.
But that is
I'll bring it to sneak. I'll bring it to
what you mean, bring it? That is mine.
court.
I have a bill to pay, and that's why I took it out of my transaction.
I've seen nothing
When
now.
we get it out of your bank account, you show that transaction. We got our videos.
Bro.
Yep, some taking them.
Oh, good. Yours, and we'll get back. Okay,
I can't, how I'm gonna get it back? I'm
I am.
confused.
So you have fake IDs.
Yeah, I do. I'm young. I'm 20 years old.
Okay.
Yep.
I like to party. I like to.
Yeah, but this
I like to drink.
Okay, I don't give a fuck. Y'all can throw them away. Y'all got my real ID.
Oh no, they're not getting thrown away.
No, they're gonna bust you for the fake IDs.
But that's what y'all gonna do it. I'm getting charged with it.
Yeah, absolutely.
In the end, the cops
Yep.
had had enough and finally warned Deja one last time about
They finally said something before they hurt her.
her behavior. But then again, the employee was insistent she was not even fighting in the first place. Well, unfortunately for her, she's not going to convince the cops of this, and they walk her out of the store to the police car.
You're not gonna get a break sitting here fighting with officers.
I'm not fighting. I was never even fighting.
I
them.
wasn't. She
I
was
asked
not.
them nicely, can I get my things? And he right here, he broke my nail and some more And you
Put
can,
your hands behind your back when he told you to. Okay.
I was right here. When I was right here, I got up. And that's when he did all
Yep.
this.
Oh yeah, and it's assault, and I want him in jail.
I don't have to lie about that.
No,
While being transported to jail, Deja still could not wrap her head around the whole situation.
no. I mean, you never can when you get your fucking butt fucked by police. It's the last person in the world that should do that to you.
Question the officer. To sum it up, she can't believe it was possible to
I can't believe. I can't believe that you tased this unarmed woman.
get arrested with
I
just
can't
her
believe you.
photos as evidence. She even tried to appeal to the officer's emotions, narrating her whole story of how the people back
No, she's not narrating her whole story. She is providing evidence in the future court case when she sues you for violating her civil fucking liberties and rights. And so she's like doing this for the court case because she knows what she's going to do to you, fucking sue you. So she's like doing it right up on the camera so they can do it up in the court case where she shows them what they did to her.
in Walmart treated her so badly.
I did not understand. It's like y'all have pictures of me going in the drawer, but don't like have like a picture like I'm putting anything in my pocket. Like that's why I'm looking like what? Like
Yeah, like if you're gonna make an accusation, you need to show proof. That's actually a law in this country. It's called confronting your accuser, and it's the onus of evidence is on the accuser, not on her. So until they show evidence to her, I don't know why they're even allowed to detain her. If there was a lawyer involved at all, which is another thing, it's all of this should have been done with a lawyer present. All of it. I would be scared as the goddamn pig fuckers to do it, because you're just gonna get sued all the fucking time. Take her to the fucking precinct, put her on fucking camera, and talk to her fucking ass. And by take her to the precinct, I mean tell her first that you're coming when you cuff her. You know? Don't just come at her like a fucking horror show. I would have ran from you too.
I mean, I wasn't there, so I don't know.
and then as me being calm, like I know I know my like I have not anger, but like I can trigger off basically easy. And as them talking to me, the police guy, he just keep like being what is it, aggressive towards me, like keep listen to them like, but I'm telling him like I'm not talking to him.
He's not talking to you, like you treated her so badly.
The security that's telling.
Look at it this way, you piece of shit pig. What the fuck do you care if she's stealing from Walmart? Do you need to yell at her? Do you need to attack her? Your job is to punish her. You did so. Why do you need to be so fucking aggressive? Is that your money she stole? Where's the impartiality? Why are you yelling at her? Why are you terrorizing her? Why are you breaking her nails and assaulting her? I see you as the far, far worse problem than her. I see someone stealing out of desperation. And then I see somebody stealing our freedom out of violence and aggression.
Me. So
It's worse.
they telling me to do the statement, but what statement do I supposed to put if y'all the ones who saying y'all have the video?
Yeah, like what statement is all that does is incriminate her. Why would she make a statement at all without a lawyer? The entire thing was fucky.
This and that. So let me see.
One wonders if she walked. Do you think this girl walked? These idiots don't know what she means when she says, I'm not even from out here, right? It means that she doesn't run with the local crews. She's not a real criminal.
The video.
That's what she's saying. You're just too stupid to understand.
And basically I can tell my
She's saying, I'm not from here. I would say the same thing. I'm not from here, which means that usually the police when they show and act like they did, usually they've got previous beef and they've been chasing and hunting you for a while and all that. And she's saying, I'm not from here because she wants them to know that she's not with some dude that they hate. You know, she's not poisoning their community. I mean, she was stealing, but she's not like, you know, she's not with anybody from this scene. And they're treating her like she's like a known criminal from this area. And they treated her like a known criminal from this area, not like a peaceful woman who didn't lift a finger. Even in the end, she did not lift a finger in anger. And that's what I say. That's what I see.
But how do I supposed to tell a story if y'all not showing me anything but a picture of me grabbing money out the cashier. The cash
I'm a cashier. I can take money out of the register all the time.
register. Like, that's why I'm like, that don't even make sense at all.
No, it's them trying to fuck you without doing the work of actually prosecuting you. It's dirty. It's fucked up. It's coercion. It's a nasty felony, worse than what you did. And we don't prosecute police for it. Ever. It's been few hundred coercion cases in all of the U.S. history. We don't prosecute coercion. Ever.
And then as me, as them like, okay, put your hands behind, stuff like that. I'm like, hey, can I get my things? He no. And basically, I'm trying to get up and turn around. I'm asking him, can I get my things? Because they still...
That's her property until you say, you're under arrest and we're taking your shit from you and we're taking you to the jail now. That's her property still. And you guys were trying to basically be like, this is ours now. No, not until you give me a charge and put the bracelets on. That's my property until then.
I had my coat and my purse.
And they were just like going in there trying to steal her stuff. And the problem with that is you don't know if they're trying to plant something else to just make it over right then and there. Oh, we found a baggie of dope. What? Yeah, we found a baggie of dope. Oh. I don't have any dope. Yeah, well, you do now.
He, like, literally moved my whole hand. Like, my arm is hurting right now.
Ultimately, Deja was charged with aggravated assault, theft, and resisting arrest. Were her nails okay? No one really knows. We all know that the Christmas
I hope
season
Deja's
is
nails
gifted,
are
but
okay.
This Burlington employee took it to the next level after she was caught stealing thousands of credit points from the store. On December 28,
Credit
2022,
points?
the Sunrise Police Department was called into a local Burlington store to investigate an employee who allegedly stole...
I love this
almost
trashy crap, and I don't do it very often. But I mean, you know, I have been doing 15-hour shifts for like 4 days, and I'm tired, and it's late, and I just want to cash in, you know, on some easy entertainment here because I'm about to go to bed, and I will.
$5,000
I'm not gonna play any more games today. I had a bad experience today, and I didn't like how it went, and I didn't like how I felt like I was right. Because usually I can go back and be like, oh, I was probably wrong in the end. But this time, I'm actually right. Those guys fucking sucked.
cards. Upon entering,
They made the onus on me. When really all I was doing was essentially their jobs. I was the only one doing their job.
the office,
So of course I died.
officer was welcomed by a weary-looking woman.
I mean, I aggroed the things, but if it wasn't me, it was going to be someone else.
And this is where the wild interrogation
Those were pops that were right on top of us. I don't know why they go to that fucking camp.
starts.
What tipped you guys off to this?
Corporate.
Okay.
Corporate.
From the corporate system?
Yeah, they send us the information. All right, apologize, but
Me?
I had to call Sunrise.
Have you stand up for me? Put your hands behind your back, okay? You have anything on you that I need to know about that's going to stick me, poke me, or hurt me? No.
See there? See what he did? That's what was required here. See what he did? He said anything, you know, he's going to reach, I'm going to reach your rights now. I'm going to warn you, you're under arrest and all this stuff. That's a proper arrest. Did you see it? Very proper arrest. Got no issue with this pig. No issue. Good man. No issue. No, at least not yet. This is what should have happened back here. We're currently at like 16:30, right? Right about when they bomb rush her. This whole part of it was just skipped, where they warn you what's happening, and they tell you that they're going to come at you, and that you need to place your arms behind your back, and they're arresting you now for the crime of blah, blah. They don't fuck around trying to coerce you, talking about, need you to sign this clipboard about the evidence that we've got, but won't show you, or any of this crooked-ass fucking horse bullshit, right? Pigs that don't talk straight. And and this is what a real arrest looks like. This is what an assault looks like at 7:30. This is what an arrest looks like, and we'll do both so you guys can get an understanding of what a real arrest looks like as opposed to a full-blown assault. So this lady got assaulted. This lady did not. So here we go. We're coming back here. We're going to show you this here. She's peacefully standing there.
Arrest me?
Yeah, so you're gonna do what they told you to back home.
Why is y'all arresting me?
Because you're under arrest for stealing.
I didn't steal.
Okay, she
anything.
told him.
Just take off your vest so then we can get out of here.
And so she does so.
I didn't steal. Like, I'm
She's
not-
taking off the vest. She's complying immediately. So like, where's the warnings? Like, look, we're about to put the cuffs on you, and we can do this with dignity, or we can do it without, you know. And like, warn her first. You guys bum rush tackle her. Watch. She's doing what you're telling her to do, as well. This woman's not resisting. Now, you bum rushed her. That is not an arrest. That is a violation of civil rights, and this man belongs in fucking jail. I don't want the pigs to walk when they do this. If we don't prosecute it, it'll never get fixed. Fuck this corrupt asshole. Fuck him in his stupid pig ass. Fuck him in his stupid pig worthless ass. You know what I'm saying? Fuck him. Now, let's go look at a real arrest, right? How a real arrest is supposed to go, as opposed to this pig fucking cocksucker. We're going to look at a real arrest. You know what I'm saying? This is what a real arrest looks like. He warns her. He's like,
no one really knows. We all know that the Christmas season means gift giving, but this Burlington employee took it to $5,000
Off to this.
yep, so here we go. So here's a peaceful arrest. Much, but she wasn't scared, or she's like, oh, okay. I guess this is something we've got to talk about, okay? So she understands what's happening. She's like, okay. And she doesn't resist, and they're very clear about what's happening. She's like, I'm sorry, I'm going to cuff you, and we're going to need you to turn around and all this stuff, and then they're warning her what's happening. There's not this, like, I'm coming at you, going to hurt you now, or any of this other stuff that he did in the first one, which is coercion and assault. This I had no problem with.
On you that I need to know about that's gonna
This was a good arrest. Here we go. They skipped the part where he reads her rights, but I liked this police officer. I think he obeyed the rules and did not essentially rape her fucking civil rights. I mean, I'm sorry, but what we witness here is a rape of civil rights. She has a good case against them. And the problem is, probably, I bet, the entirety of everybody who ever talked about this case with her, I mean, maybe, I don't know, but anybody who actually talked to her about this stuff probably didn't tell her how bad what they did to her actually is. But it's far worse, and on top of it, you can hit the fucking police station for a lot more money than that $5,000 you're stealing from the till. And I encourage them to do it when they actually have a case. They assaulted this poor woman. Fucking Saul Goodman could crack this one. It's like, you know, this one is a simple case of police brutality. It's like, this woman was not warned. She was just full-blown bum rushed. I would say that's the phrase I would use in court. She was bum rushed.
You understand what's going on today?
Yeah. Do you understand what's going on today? Where were questions like that? No. More like, let's break her nails. Fuck this girl. Let's rape her afterwards. And all this crazy, dark, scary pig energy that terrified the living shit out of me and her and anybody with a decent soul. Because that woman was not resisting or anything at all. She was standing there just like this woman. Now, it could have gone like this. And look how peaceful this was. This man, he didn't even get in her personal space. Do you see it? This is how a proper arrest is conducted.
You mind if I sit for a second? All right, you can take a seat.
Yeah, she doesn't even fucking like feel fear, really. She's afraid. But she's not afraid of them. Like physical fear of them. This is physical fear of the cops. This is a proper arrest that doesn't engender physical fear of the cops. And that's the difference. If you've never been treated like this by the cops, you wouldn't know. I have. And it's not fun. I mean, I wasn't bum rushed like her, but I definitely was essentially tortured.
Okay, based on what Elvis, the LP, has told me, I'm going to read you your
And all that shit, I got the paperwork sitting in that drawer right there. Every once in a while, I keep thinking, like, sooner or later, somebody will try and make me, like, a live stream fail or something like that and challenge me on some of this shit. Because, like, I wouldn't say it if I didn't have the fucking paperwork, all of the paperwork sitting in that drawer right there. I've got it in a big old fucking file of all the shit that the pigs did to me. It was a lot. There was a lot. And so, yeah, 7 fucking false assault charges. The old broken rib, the broken rib bouncy ball, paddy wagon. You know, all that stuff. One time, they chained me to the fucking wall for 7 hours in the District 3 Denver, Colorado fucking police station. And I eventually had to reveal myself on camera and piss on the fucking floor like some kind of fucking POW prisoner. And I screamed for 5 hours about how I really had to pee. And I was chained to the fucking wall like some kind of fucking gulag for shoplifting. Or, I'm sorry, was that one shoplifting? Let me think about that. No, that one was... Oh, no, what was it? Oh, yeah, no. That was when I got busted in the alley for with the mattress. I had been dodging a charge for 6.5 years, and then a cop came and carded us when we were moving a mattress in the alley, and he said, "Oh, you got a prior from 6.5 years ago," and I'm so sorry. And I was like, "It's okay." I was trying to. This is how you befriend cops. I said, "Sir, this is an assault charge from the Safeway up the road from 6.5 years ago." And they broke my shoulder when I was stealing $19 worth of food. And then they filed an assault charge on me to defend themselves from me filing an assault charge on them. Now, they've never proven this assault charge, and I've never had my day on court and all this. And I really was just trying to let it pass on the statute of limitations because Safeway doesn't need to sue me after they broke my shoulder. And he was like, "I understand." I mean, I can't make this shit up. That's what happened. And so they took me to District 3, and I hadn't even committed a crime in 6.5 years. I hadn't committed a crime, and so, well, I got high. I guess you could call getting high a crime. I suppose getting high back then was a crime. It's still a crime if it's hard drugs or whatever. I got high, but I didn't break any laws or steal or shoplift or anything like that at all, because I knew that if I did, I might face that felony assault charge that I had 6.5 years before that was entirely bullshit. They broke my shoulder, right? So I felt morally and ethically, and this is what I told the judge too on the case. I said, to the judge on the case, I said, "Morally and ethically, sir, I felt it right to run from the law on this one because I did not assault anybody whatsoever." And I can always look them in the eye and say this. I look them in the eye and say it right to their fucking face. "I did not assault anybody whatsoever. This man tackled me blind from behind. And you can pull the case if you don't believe me. We've got all the pictures and the x-rays and all this shit. He broke my fucking shoulder. It was ridiculous. It was ridiculous. He tackled me with a handcart full of food and broke my shoulder in the process and then filed an assault charge on me to protect themselves from filing an assault charge on them." And the judge was like, "Yeah, I think you're right." And I was like, "Yeah." And he was like, 1 year unsupervised probation. Now, this was a felony assault. And they dropped it to petty whatever. And they were like 1 year unsupervised probation, which, you know, that's like, they don't want anything. They didn't even, all that time, I went 6.5 fucking years on that trumped up bullshit assault charge. I've had 8 of them, I think, like 8 of them, something about the system or the Safeway or something when they see a really truly huge Andre the Giant guy who isn't afraid of them and will debate them philosophically about the rights and wrongs of breaking my shoulder over $19 worth of food, they get kind of threatened and they treat me badly. They're like, "Jesus Christ, this guy's not scared of us, and he's twice our size, and he'll never like change his mind either." And they can see it in my eyes, because it's not morally right. It's not morally right to break my shoulder over $19 worth of shoplifting, just like it's not okay to break this girl's nail over stealing money from the register. They're not the same thing. One's police brutality, the other is a normally conducted arrest like what we saw here.
Get all your info.
And so I'll lecture the judge. It's something I'm kind of famous for. I used to bring my family, like my aunt and I would fucking philosophically debate judges since the age of 17 about what it is that they were trying to do to me, the checks and balances of the system. Sometimes I would lecture them for being like the cops. I would literally lecture a cop in the court for being a fascist and treating me like one. Like, you know, I was like famous for it. And then I would sit there and I'd be like, here are the bullet points of my master debate fucking argument on why it is that you have violated my fucking rights here. And they always let me step. They let me step every time because I'm right. They know damn well I could fucking sue them and actually win. Most of the time they did any of that shit. Just like that lady we saw earlier. She could sue them and absolutely win. They're terrified of it. That's why they bum rushed her. You know?
Questions we go from there.
And so, like, you know, and that was fucked up. Do you know what that did to my life? Living 6.5 years not being able to drive a car or any of that stuff over a trumped up bullshit fucking shoplifting charge that morphed into a felony assault. And I'm looking the judge in the eye in the courtroom, and I was like, I will not stand by while you or anyone else in this community ever says that I have ever hurt a human being ever. I will not stand by and do it. I've never done it. I have gone through great pains not to. And I will not stand here while you say that I assaulted someone. I don't care if you put me in jail or threaten me or railroad me or any of this stuff. I will not stand here in front of God or this court and admit ever to having ever harmed a living thing, because I haven't. And when they look you in the eye and they realize you're not lying, you know, you've never actually hurt anything. You didn't do this, and you know, and it's crazy to actually talk a judge out of their own conviction in the middle of a court surrounded with drug felons who are trying to lie to the judge, and the judge is like listening to you and understanding that the assault is kind of maybe actually a $10 million fucking court case that I just never sued for. And is actually listening, you know, because I'm lecturing a judge in front of fucking 55 drug felons about fascism in America today and how you cannot fucking break my shoulder and then file an assault charge against me when I didn't lift a fucking finger. There's no pictures, no proof, nothing. He scraped his own stupid ass fucking forehead on the ground when he tackled me from behind. He literally tackled me from behind, scraped my fucking forehead, like scraped his forehead forward over the top of my head and broke my shoulder into the goddamn pavement with his knee. And like, I'm like screaming in agony, and he knows something's wrong. He's broke something. He knows, you know, it's that ACL, like that ACL yell. You ever hear that in football? It's that ACL yell that you've career ended, like, you know, broken someone's shoulder or ACL or something like that. I'm ACL screaming, and he's like, oh no. And they tell me by the end of the fucking 10-minute session, as the ambulance arrives, that they filed an assault charge on me because he scraped his nose on the pavement and he drew blood. And I'm like, motherfucker, my back was turned and he assaulted me. And he's lucky I don't fucking file an assault charge on not only him, but the fucking store. If you guys take me to the hospital right now, I'll leave you be. Or no, I'm sorry, I didn't say that. But they were like, you're going to the hospital. I was like, if you let me go right now and let me just attend a court date so I can go back to being homeless and starving on the fucking streets, I won't sue you for assault. And they were like, no, you're taking the fucking ambulance to look at your broken shoulder because that's the law. And I was like, okay. And so they wheeled me out of the fucking Safeway at 3:30 in the afternoon in front of 110 fucking people. This was like psychological torture too. In front of 110 fucking people in a stretcher in cuffs. For $19 worth of shoplifting, broken shoulder, and the perp walk through a Safeway in a fucking, like a mobile bed that they've got for the ambulance, and the bracelets on me. And it was one of the most mortifying things I've ever been through, not because of what I did or what happened to me, but because of how evil they are and how much we stomach it all the time and totally ignore it. How really evil they can be just by accident. Like that stuff, right? And you're like, oh no. And we just stomach it and we let them be and we never say anything about it. And those are the thoughts that I'm thinking as they wheel me away. I'm not thinking about how bad my shoulder hurts. I'm thinking about how bad my soul hurts when they trample my fucking rights like this.
The employee about what exactly happened. It's quite amusing to watch how calm this lady is, explaining.
And that's how you get to the point where you'll go toe to toe in the cell. It takes a long time. When they've wronged you so many times that you're just not afraid of them anymore. You'll hunt them, you don't care. It doesn't matter. When they've hurt you so much that you're basically like the Joker and the Batman now, you have your fucking problems with them and they've got their problems with you. And you've hurt each other so much in your battle against each other for no good goddamn reason at all. And, you know, and I think it doesn't have to be this way. We're all soul sick because of it. I don't know why they can't get their training. I don't know why a barber gets more training than a cop. One has a pistol, one doesn't. Well, I don't know why, you know, all this other stupid ass shit. And I look at myself and I'm like, I can't be the worst victim. I've seen other worse victims like what they just did to her. I mean, the paddy wagon was worse. The paddy wagon that they did with me was worse than what they did to her with breaking her nails. But when you've had your rights trampled like that, it's a whole different like ballpark in terms of your soul and your mind and your spirit, like and your well-being afterwards, because you're like, I don't value them, they don't follow the rules any more than me, they hurt me in a way that I can't recover from, I don't trust them, they were fixing to fuck me on a free beef and try to get me to sign my own confession, they were coercing me, they tackled me no warning, they threw me in the paddy wagon with a broken rib and didn't care what happened, they just, you know, and tumbled me around like a goddamn tennis ball. And I think that we're all kind of sick that stuff happens and nothing ever, no justice, no peace. Not to say that, you know, that's CWP Newton, I think. And I'm not trying to push some black ideal. I'm just trying to quote a really good quote. Like every time that they tackle some poor woman like this, sure, she deserved being arrested, but she didn't deserve being assaulted. And every time they do this and we turn our blind eye and we think, haha, criminal got what they deserved. They shouldn't have been stealing, or if they didn't want to get their fucking nails Chinese tortured. Really? Do we need to break someone's nails when they get busted for stealing? Isn't that police brutality? Especially when it's like a 100-pound girl who's willingly doing everything that you tell her to. I think that's assault. And every time that we don't call it assault, every time we don't prosecute 9/11, every time we don't prosecute COVID, every time we let them rape the children and then deny it to Barbara Walters or whatever, we get a little sicker and we don't get our closure. And if we don't get our closure, we don't heal. This is how psychiatry has always viewed this. This is the psychiatric diagnosis, and this is how the doctors will tell you. If you want to get over something, you must get closure with it. You must figure out some way to condone it or get right with it, or tell yourself that you can be okay afterwards and not hate them anymore, or it just makes it worse for everybody, including you, and all this other stuff, right? And I don't know. I'm just off on a tangent. I'm sorry. I don't mean to be so abstract with it. I'm just like, God damn it, man. Like when you see something like full-blown police brutality or the trampling of someone's rights, every time we just turn a fucking blind eye to that, another American soul dies permanently and an angel falls from heaven. And baby Jesus cries. It's like every time that we stomach some fucking rampant fascism right in front of our fucking face and we blame it on the criminal, this country's soul gets a little bit fucking worse, you know? Like when they blamed Osama for what the white CIA did. You know? You want to blame a criminal, but you know what you did. You crash your own plane into your own building. And you blame people overseas to destable racial relations and religious relations and force a jihad and get you your gun sales and your oil domination games and all the stupid shit we talked about yesterday with the fucking Illuminati. And we all know the games that mankind plays. But every time that we don't do something about it, we get sicker and sicker and sicker. Every time I don't say something about obvious fucking assault on a citizen, I get a little sicker. And I'm fucking gonna call it out every single fucking time. I know it's a hot take. I know almost nobody agrees with me. I don't care. I see police brutality. Maybe I'm biased, whatever. Maybe it's because I've been police brutalized. But, I mean, I think I'm not the only one in the world who would have said the same thing. This woman did not swing a fist. She did not threaten anybody. She did not try to run. She did not go anywhere. She did not she started screaming when you broke her nails, but I would scream if you broke my nails.
And if, by a rare chance, you missed reading the title of this video, you won't even suspect
Maybe you've never had a broken nail. I have. I fucking shattered a goddamn nail when I smashed a window one time doing something particularly nasty. And like, you know, and I smashed a window one time when I was 15 years old, and I smashed my right finger to the point where my left finger has a perfectly good cuticle and fingernail, but my right finger has a fingernail that is half the size. Because I absolutely demolished the bone structure and the nail of my right finger when I was 15 by smashing it with a hammer into a glass window by mistake. In a hurry, I was. And the glass rebounded the wrong way and surprised me and smashed my finger. And that sucked, and it took me a good year to get over it, and the injury lasted all my life. And I know what shattering your fucking fingernail feels like when you're under an amount of extreme pressure. And I was under a deadline of about 4.5 minutes. I mean, I was in a full-blown robbery. And like, I mean, I smashed my fingernail up, and let me tell you, there's been a couple of other times I've been in worse pain. It's, removing all 4 of my wisdom teeth, the paddy wagon broken rib, and no, that's it, I think. Oh, and when I fell off the fence. Yeah, when I fell off the fence, I hyperventilated in pain for 7 hours until we sobered up to be able to drive to the hospital, because we didn't want them knowing what we were doing. So we had my friend drop me off at the hospital. 7 hours passed when I should have gotten a multiple compound fractured elbow taken care of. And so when I showed up at the hospital, it had been 7 hours since I fell off the 19-foot fence. And I had a bone, and I still have this bone poking out. You probably can't see it from this angle. Yeah, you can. You can see it. This is a bone that's sticking out of the side of my elbow. You can see the scar. It goes all the way from... I was a crazy person when I was young. I was not a pussy. That's one thing I don't think anybody's ever said to me in my entire fucking life. If somebody dared me to do something, or if I needed to lead the pack, or if I needed to break a rule, or jump in a moat, or, you know, fucking go snowboarding in the middle of the city with a minivan, or things like that, or rock, paper, scissors, punch in the face. I play rock, paper, scissors, punch in the face, and I loved it, you know? I loved every second of it. I'm a daredevil guy. I like the jackass energy. I resist it all the time. I kind of want to be out like getting fucking adrenaline rushes all the time, because that's what makes me mostly happy. So I look for that in the video games. You know, I substitute my real life with the video games. I seek adrenaline in the video games all the time, so I don't have to do it in real life, because I would jump out of planes and rob banks and stuff. I would be Point Break, you know? I'm Patrick Swayze in Point Break. I know I don't look like it yet, but give me a couple of years. You know what I'm saying? I'm Patrick Swayze in Point Break, and I have to resist those urges all the fucking time. Bodhi, I am an FBI agent.
Thousands from her employer.
So what happened? How long have you been employed here?
So what happened? You ripped off $5,000. This one's boring, and we're going to get off it now. Not this one, but this story that they're telling. The Dark World, the Morrowind adult mods. I don't think I want to click that one. The insane Final Fantasy VII fighting game, Time Forgot. Apparently they tried to put Final Fantasy VII on the N64. Here's a old Penguin Zero about Bobby Cockdick. Obsessive compulsive clown interview with soft white underbelly. The city where theft is legal. Before you start DD2. Napoleon is everything wrong with biopics. I haven't seen Napoleon. Ridley Scott's Napoleon is everything wrong with biopics. Let's watch this one. This one looks intellectual. I didn't know Joaquin Phoenix did Napoleon. I had no idea.
Napoleon is everything
Ridley Scott did Napoleon with Joaquin Phoenix, and they choked. That's unfortunate.
wrong with biopics.
I had no idea.
It is for me personally.
I live under an internet rock where I don't read internet media because I block all of my ads. So I don't know what's fucking current. I block all my ads. I live a blessedly ad-free life, and unless I'm on my cell phone, and I just don't pay attention to the ads. So I don't know what fuck movie came out. Like, I just watched like the best movie I'm almost ever seen called Poor Things, and that shit came out last year. And I'm surprised I even found out about that, because it's not like I have my head under the rock. I just don't do anything but gaming and streaming. I mean, I'm entirely one-sided. I'm entirely myopic, you know. I just want to talk about pop culture and video games and stupid ass governmental fascism and smoke my weed all day and talk about my fucking past and entertain you folks. That's all. And
movie of the year, and extensive historical distortion aside, is an absolutely dreadful movie in its own right.
oh, look how unhappy he looks. This was not Nightcrawler. This was something else.
No way I am going to call this a historical mess.
You know, it's weird. Bob Hoskins passed, and now I think Hollywood's trying to fulfill the Danny DeVito, Bob Hoskins role. Kind of short, Jewish fat men. The George Costanzas, if you will. And they keep looking for the George Costanzas for their movies, but I don't think they can find it anymore because nobody wants to be fat anymore. And the smart people don't want to be fat anymore. So they're all on, like, what's that shit called? Whatever it is, that drug that they're on. Monzepic or whatever it is.
By the name Ridley Scott has slapped on it.
Ozempic. And, like, you know, so finding kind of an unpleasantly unattractive sort of fat Jewish stereotype dude that looks like George Costanza, they keep trying and failing to replace Bob Hoskins, and I don't think they're going to do it.
Napoleon, this cataclysm.
My God, he looks angry. The look on his face kind of looks like Nightcrawler, but I mean, Napoleon.
Disappointment does not deserve to bear the royal title of the Emperor of the French Empire. I will be referring to this movie as Ridley Scott's Napoleon, or RSN for short. This will also ensure no confusion between...
Yeah, because it's like an affront to Napoleonic history. I bet it is. You gotta understand, guys, there's so many bored people lying around this world just looking for something to have an issue with. So if you go at the Napoleonic history, you better do that motherfucker upright like The Aviator or something like that and sell it like The Aviator and make Howard Hughes look good somehow, right? Or your movie's gonna suck, right? And you have to be accurate, and you have to be you have to get the audience in the fucking shoes of the person and make them cheer for something really horrible as well as something good, and all these other requirements for good film that Ridley Scott probably is very aware of. But what I see here is a bit of Hollywood tripe without the accuracy of actual Napoleonic history. And the problem with that is Napoleonic history has been a literal discipline for 500 years. It's like a college discipline that you can go get like a fucking degree for. It's a very respected art form, Napoleonic history, believe it or not. And it's something you can, you know, go get your PhD in, and it's subject, and it carries some weight and some respect. And if you choose a subject matter like the Napoleonic Wars, you must do justice to them, or you're going to be an affront to every nerd who ever loved the Napoleonic Wars for whatever they are in terms of strat and, you know, fucking value to war nerds and what happened and how he took over the world and all this, which is always fascinating. But if you don't do justice to it in its completion to the tune of something schlocky like The Aviator and even get them to love it from a Hollywood standpoint and give it an Oscar, you're gonna bomb horribly. And Ridley Scott knew all this, which I don't understand how he failed. He knows all this very well. If you're gonna do the Napoleonic Wars, and he probably did get it fairly close, but I mean, let's hear what he's gonna say. But I think I think what I'm seeing on the screen here is historical integrity matters, and I don't think that's something that Ridley Scott probably did. And the Napoleonic Wars were not the subject to pick if you didn't want to piss off the entire world by not getting them accurate. You should have picked the Falkland Islands War or something. You shouldn't have picked the Napoleonic Wars, because many people on this planet have made their fucking livelihood off studying the Napoleonic Wars. They're going to call you on every inaccuracy and all this stupid shit, right? Just like they went after Peter Jackson for LOTR. And
the great man himself.
Like, for instance, where is Tom Bombadil in LOTR? I love Peter Jackson's films. They're my favorite films of all time, hands down, no problem. Seen all of them, like the unedited version, like 50 to 100 times or something like that. I used to put them on every time I was depressed, because the music from The Shire and the music from Two Towers and the music from The Return to the King are all emotionally incredibly manipulative and put you into a mood that just will surpass or eclipse any bad mood that you're in, be it the Shire, be it the Gandalf falling down the mine shaft, be it the war drums as the giant dinosaur things come in, or whatever they're called. I forget the name of those things, and they're like sieging Minas Tirith. And like, you know, and the music in particular, Howard Shore, was a very powerful thing for me for about 10 years, until I realized that I was using the movies kind of as a crutch, like an emotional crutch, and I stopped doing that. I realized a lot of things about that, actually. I realized that I was using porn as an emotional crutch to replace women in my life, and I stopped doing that. I realized that I was replacing real therapy and real growth and real closure and real, like, actual healing with playing an LOTR movie and hoping that it was going to cheer me up. And no, if you're going to cheer yourself up, you just have to come up with reasons to cheer yourself up, and you will be okay. If you have to put on a movie that puts you in a certain mood to get there, it is a crutch. Right? You are using it to get you through something, and that's not healthy usually, unless it is something healthy. Like, I think a healthy way to get over, say, the loss of a loved one would be to re-enter the dating pool, which I intend to do here in a couple of months. And I got another song to write here too, which I've been putting off for a long time, and I had the lyrics, but I don't want to sing it because it's hard. It's not hard, but it's hard to do. It's hard to do the emotion, but and I'm going to go back to the club, even though I'm a 300-pound fat man. Well, not anymore. I'm like 290, something like that, 280. But I'm going to get down. I'm going to get down to weight, and I'm going to do dancing to do it. And you don't believe me, but I did. I was a dancer for like 8 years. I mean, I danced most of my teenagers into my 20s, and I don't see what's changed. I don't see why I can't be Christopher Walken. I believe I can. I think the only thing stopping me is me. So, you know, anyways, so that's all I have to say about the Napoleonic Wars and all this and self-limiting and all this other stuff. And so now I don't use the LOTR movies like a crutch anymore. And now I don't care. I don't care about Peter. I stopped caring about Peter Jackson's accuracy at all. And I just have fun every time I watch the series, which is like cooled down to like maybe once every, 15 months or something. Yeah, it's been a while now. It's been like 9 months since I last watched it or something like that. And I started looking for crutch behavior in my life. And I started doing all the things that I felt I stopped doing all the things that I felt that was crutch behavior. Video games was the one that I was really scared of. I was like, are video games a crutch that are getting me through life? And it took me a lot of soul searching over like 10-year period or something to understand that no, they weren't. Just when I replace sociality with them, when I try to replace my real life with them, I suffer from it. That's all that I realized. I don't think that video games are unhealthy in and of themselves, but if you use them like a crutch, they can be. Crutches are good. They help you heal. But, they can also be this thing that you use like a security blanket, like Linus. And I don't know, security blankets are generally not so good. We don't really need the video game arms to wrap around me. I like that I can play video games, but I don't need the video games. I would be very depressed if I couldn't play them anymore, of course. But I mean, I don't need them. And I proved this repeatedly over the last 10 years when I took like a 7-year fucking break where I didn't even have a console or a PC, I didn't even have a console or a PC for 6.5 fucking years. I was, homeless for 5 of those, and I was working for all of it, and I was a drug addict for almost all of it, and I was just crazy for all of it. And I just didn't, I didn't stop. And, I did stop, but I didn't stop playing video games. I just realized that I was kind of using Overwatch as a crutch because it was this thing that I could just tune into and tune out to. And play like a professional, not as good as a professional, but like a professional. And it would wrap around me like the arms of a bar or the arms of a heroin needle or the arms of a meth pipe or something like that. And just keep me in a warm embrace for the rest of my life. Fucking Overwatch, right? And when I realized that I was using Overwatch as a crutch like that, I immediately stopped, and that's when my 3,250 rating plummeted to 1520. If I'm lucky, $14.90, something like that. And when I realized that I didn't need the crutch anymore, and part of the crutch was caring about my rating and maintaining it and doing all the placements and getting up there and all that. And I was using all of that as a crutch to just not think about how bad my life had become. And I moved away from Overwatch. I moved away from the porn. I moved away from, like, I watch porn, but I don't do it like every night. I really don't, you know. I just, some weeks I'll go 3, 4, or 5 days and I don't even think about sex. And of course that's me getting older, but it's also, I mean, I always think about sex, but it's, like these days I'm able to focus being middle-aged much better, and I'm not chained to my moron dick as much as I used to be. I don't go chasing women like I was a compulsive skirt chaser, I would say. And I don't do that anymore. And I realized that I was using that as a crutch too. I wasn't using the drugs as a crutch, which was unfortunate for me to understand. And my family will never understand it, but I was not using my drugs as a crutch. I was using my drugs for performance enhancement, and I am still doing absolutely that. I balance my inability to focus with marijuana, and I stim myself with caffeine. And that's enough for me for the rest of my life. But I didn't quit the drugs because they ruined my life. I didn't quit the drugs because they took me to bad places or I ended up a drug dealer or a slave or any of this. It was there, a slave to it. It was that they were going to destroy my life if I didn't. That was it. That was the only reason. I never did come up with one of my own to stop. I didn't. I was like, I really like this. I think it's good for me. You know, that's really sick, but I think drugs are good for me. In terms of how I use them, they're performance enhancers. They balance my mood down when I'm like manic, and they balance my mood up when I'm like playing games that are super twitchy and I can focus hardcore on a video game like Fortnite. And you've seen me do this, and just in the last 2 weeks I've done this like 3 or 4 times. I will focus on Fortnite for 14 fucking hours straight. Shit, I'm about to go do it right now, you know? I'm gonna go play some Fortnite. Cause it's, well, actually I'm gonna bail out of this stream here before I play another game, never mind. But the bottom line is like so many people treated me like I was using drugs as a crutch all my life. But it wasn't that. It really was performance enhancement, and I really fucking need it. I am a 41-year-old man who needs to get cracked out on caffeine to be able to compete on the twitchy scale that everybody else does. And I try doing it sober all the time just to see what the difference is. And I know that I'm just not as good when I'm not on caffeine or speed. I'm just not as good. My performance, my accuracy, it all goes down. I'm not consistent unless I'm on some kind of stim. So in that performance enhancement, I don't know. It's not like the kind of madness that would come from, steroids or something like that. It's that, I really like taking one hit of speed, being up for 36 hours and playing WoW for 36 hours straight and really genuinely improving my character in a way I can physically see next day. That really makes me happy that I did it. And I never felt shame for this. I still want it back. I don't agree with their ban on methamphetamine. I wouldn't wreck my life on methamphetamine again if given the choice, but I would not mind buying pure methamphetamine or taking a very small dose every single day like all the other motherfuckers that are on Adderall right now. But the problem is Adderall sucks. It doesn't work. Methamphetamine does work. Methamphetamine is Adderall that actually works. It actually does improve your mood. It actually does help you think. It actually does help you focus. It actually does help you control yourself. You feel emotions more. You feel like, more grounded, but also less grounded and more sort of spiritual and all this shit on that terrible, terrible drug. But like what I never felt, what they wanted me to feel my entire life was shame. And they never did get that out of me. I still don't feel shame for I feel shame for my heroin use because I know it disappointed people, but I don't feel shame for my methamphetamine use and never did. And honestly, I dream and pray every day that they legalize it so they can't have an issue with me anymore. I really do. They've had an issue with me all my life. They've hunted me and treated me like garbage and imprisoned me and tortured me, throw me in the paddy wagon with broken ribs for what? Getting high? Fuck them, goddamn fascist pigs. Fuck them. And I mean it too. So here we are, and like, you know, so if you're into something so much that you have forgiven Peter Jackson for not putting Tom Bombadil into his LOTR, you shouldn't do a movie about a subject matter that is so universally loved as the Napoleonic Wars, because there is like 200 million supposed intellectuals on this planet who know all about the Napoleonic Wars and what he did and all this. And so they're going to fact check everything that you do, because when they come in the theater, that's what they want is historical accuracy. And I don't know how Ridley Scott did not know that. How hard would it be to hire a professor like that, like Howard Hughes does in The Aviator, and have him tell you what the historical, why not hire a Napoleonic professor from, fucking Oxford, and have him tell you what happened in that particular scene, that particular day. And he probably did, but the problem is I think these people fleeced him, because I don't know how you would get historical inaccuracies like I don't know how you would get that, really.
Filement.
I don't know how you could run the script through AI and not have the AI tell you. The AI would tell you. If you ran the script through the AI, the AI is going to mention to you offhandedly that you have a historical inaccuracy if it has the Wikipedia to fucking Napoleonic Wars in its fucking memory banks. Like, if you have the AI programmed correctly to peruse your script and see how it did in the real world, I think a good AI could be able to tell you that you have historical inaccuracies here just based off reading the Wikipedia about Napoleonic Wars. And that sucks. That sucks that you didn't even bother running it through the AI to detect historical inaccuracies, because at that point, are you even making a movie? It seems like you're making a movie, but I mean, did you even research?
That appropriates his name. I will begin this review by going through all the major historical inaccuracies.
And we're seeing this a lot. We're seeing them try to tackle real life stuff, but they want to make real life stuff John Woo, and that'll never happen. Real life stuff is never like John Woo. It's always bloody, terribly fast, faster than you think it is, unless it's some world war or something like that, and it's over. And it's never this whole drama thing or any of that stuff. It's always really, really decisive, really fucking fast. Usually inside of a day, a whole war will be sussed out, and it's impossible to put that kind of magnanimity or scope into a film. So he's constrained to trying to get the audience to relate to this character. But like, all that really happens is they fact check him, because they're all fact checkers, and he should have known it, and he should have ran it through an AI. A competent director would have.
In the movie, because if I stop to correct...
That's weird, because and I see this happening all the time. Blizzard is incompetent now. But it's a cold hard fact. Blizzard is incompetent now. Bethesda is incompetent now. Microsoft is incompetent now. We cannot trust them with our products. They do not deliver good products, not anymore. They are definitely cash grabbing, and they have definitely retired, and they are not making new material, and they are not making material that's good, like Starfield or any of this stuff. They are cash grabbing their own corpse. And this must be said that not only are the video game main devs doing this, the Hollywood's doing this, music's doing this. They think they can all just remix and rest on their fucking laurels instead of making new stuff, remasters and remixes, and try to take some real life thing and make it a big Hollywood epic and stuff. But you can't even bother to get the AI to check your historical accuracies or whatever, which seems like a really easy thing that you could do. And you got to kind of wonder, is he cash grabbing just like Bobby Cockdick? Is he cash grabbing like Ubisoft and Skull and Bones? Is he just cash grabbing his own name and a famous Hollywood actor so he can sell some shitty yarn that's historically inaccurate? And he tried to John Woo the Napoleonic Wars. And you know what movie comes to mind here? It's like my favorite movie almost. It's definitely a top 3 movie or a top 5 movie for me. It's up there with Lord of the Rings. The Messenger, Joan of Arc. which was a ridiculously, horribly schlocky fucking movie full of racism and terrible Hollywood tropes and bad acting and all that shit. It was a terrible B movie, and it had all these amazing fucking actors in it, like Mia Jovovich and Dustin Hoffman, but they were all, I mean, she didn't phone it in. She was goddamn fucking amazing. It's her best role, but the movie, it was a stinker. It wasn't a stinker from what it provided, which was war. It provided really good fucking medieval war. It actually did that fucking perfect. And also the trial at the end was also incredibly well done, where Dustin Hoffman plays Satan and convinces her that she wasn't actually listening to God when she went to war against the Britons. She was listening to Satan, right? And that's Dustin Hoffman getting an Academy Award performance with Mia Jovovich at the end. Now, I would say the fucking Joan of Arc messenger story is exactly basically as cool for different reasons as the Napoleonic story for many other cooler different reasons, right? So many people know about Joan of Arc and absolutely hated The Messenger. But The Messenger was actually good, is the problem. The Messenger was a great war film. It was a really stellar fucking, like, maybe the strongest female performance we've ever maybe had. The only other time I think that tops it is the same girl did Lilu in The Fifth Element, is the strongest female performance I think we've ever had. And the same girl, Mia Jovovich, did another Lilu performance in The Messenger, and she shaved her head. She did all the things that Hollywood actresses and actors do to really get into the role and give an actors, all to try and get that Oscar and all that. And I love The Messenger. I've seen it like 35 times or something, and it's pretty fucking historically accurate, I would say. Every city that's sacked, you get a little bit more depressed or a little bit more happy, depending on which side's winning. Because if the French are winning, that means Joan of Arc is winning, and she's sacking towns with 1/10 of the people, kind of like 300. And she's kicking Britain's ass, who's like 10 times the size of them. And it's this beautiful, story. And it was a great film, but it was also a bad film. And it's okay to be a bad film if it's a truly great film as well. Now, Ridley Scott knows all this stuff. All of this, he could say verbatim. It's the same exact thing that he would say. So why make the film? Or why let it be historically inaccurate? Why let it be a stinker? I don't think I would have signed up Joaquin Phoenix for this. Joaquin Phoenix looks like he's overstressed. I think that scowl on Napoleon's face is acting, but I think it's also Joaquin Phoenix's actual face. It's always been his face. So, like Napoleon Bonaparte had a lust for life. But I think how he's portraying him is sort of rat-think. But I mean, Napoleon only did what he did because he wanted France to be great. And that's probably what they showed in the film too. But I see a scowl on his face, like they're trying to portray him as this rat-think bastard, which he was. But I mean, but that's not actually maybe how you would make the movie good. You want what's called the crocodile tears and the sympathy for the devil. You want the audience to sit inside of Napoleon's fucking shoes and take over the entire world and kill millions of people. And that's difficult to do, to make humanity want to be that horrible, and be Alexander the Great, or the Horrible, depending on who you're asking. And I don't know why you bother. I don't know why you do these historically inaccurate films that are supposed to be historical biopics if you can't even bother to get the AI and the professors to tell you what's wrong with your script. Isn't that kind of your business?
Time we come across one in this video, I will be.
And so we see charlatans cash grabbing their own 50-year-old or 60-year-old Gen X name. People like Bobby Kotick, people like Ridley Scott, right? And we see them cash grabbing their own reputation to get what they can get after essentially the entire industry became a cash grab and isn't producing anything original anymore. I can't think of anything original. I just absolutely loved every single second of Poor Things. It is the most original thing I've seen since Black Swan or Birdman or Dallas Buyers Club, and it was Oscar worthy, and she didn't get it either, which is kind of sad. That's the strongest female performance I've seen since The Messenger. And Napoleon, I don't see the world getting behind Napoleon. He was kind of a fop. He was kind of a dandy. He was kind of a Trump. He was a little bit of a pissant. He was 3 foot. I think he was 4'3". I think he was like 4'3". So they had to put him up on a fucking pedestal. And what I see here is them trying to make Joaquin Phoenix look tall. But I mean, they should have got. You know who they should have gotten for Napoleon? And this is really horrible, stereotypical thing for me to say. So I'm not going to say it.
Interrupting the flow of my own script, and the video will be a mess.
But I mean, I know of another actor that would have been fucking stellar perfect for this. His name starts with P. And I'm not saying this because of what he looks like, but because of his actual level of depth. Joaquin Phoenix has the depth, but he doesn't have the smile. Napoleon had a smile. Oh my God. He had a smile. Yeah, no. Anyways, so why phone it in? Why cash grab this? Oh, and by the way, we were gonna watch the Acorn Cop incident because we were gonna do that earlier. It's an acorn.
Shots fired! Shots fired! Shots fired! Shots fired!
Bow, 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 bow. Kill the unarmed cuffed suspect in the back of the cop car, just like you fucking broke that lady's nail.
To begin, let's examine Ridley Scott's response.
No one was harmed.
To critics of his movie's historical inaccuracy.
It's like God loves idiots, right? Because boy, God was looking out for that fucking moron pig. Fucking, oh, he wasn't. I mean, he's fired now, probably prosecuted too. But, you know, God was looking out for him because had he actually hit the guy, he'd be in jail for life. Even if he had hit him in the finger, that cop would be in jail for life. I'm serious. So, God loves idiots.
He said, quote,
"Get a life.
This is an absolutely disgraceful..."
Not jail for life, but they would have, you know, they would have made a special example of him. Had he actually hit the man, even if it didn't really hurt him, had he actually hit that man, that unarmed man in the back of that cop car, they would have lost their police precinct. They would have lost their fucking courthouse. He would have sued them for everything they've got. And he is so... God loves idiots, right? God loves the Acorn Cop idiot because, wow.
Dismiss.
Fucking moron.
Of valid criticism. RSN is not historical fiction like Braveheart, Apocalypto, or Gladiator, nor is it historical fantasy like 300 or The Northman. If this was the case, artistic license would be expansive.
So it's not even like fantasy, it's just bad.
Historical accuracy would be relatively
Yeah, Napoleon climbed the gates, did he? Did he climb a wall? The general of the French forces, was he really climbing walls back then? I think probably most of those men would have physically restrained him if he had tried. I don't think Napoleon climbed any walls. Did Napoleon climb a wall? Yeah, did Napoleon Bonaparte actually do... on a meal? Okay, whatever. So yeah, no. We are watching Napoleon.
Important, and critics could be dismissed as pedantic busybodies, though this would not invalidate their criticisms. But Ridley Scott's Napoleon has not been advertised as either historical fiction or fantasy. It has been advertised and marketed as an accurate adaptation of the abridged version of Napoleon's Wikipedia page, and the name Scott has given his movie, Napoleon, is a declaration that what is being presented is a faithful attempt to bring Napoleon Bonaparte to life on screen. I would not have any problem with the historical inaccuracies in RSN if it was openly fictitious and called Of Cuckolds and Harlots.
General, your wife has taken a lover.
Good.
No, I don't think that was his response. Napoleon was a God-fearing man, church-fearing man, had all kinds of cardinals right up in the room with him most of the time. And if his wife had taken up with another man, and I know this is what all your weird fantasies are now today, to be cucks, but no, I don't believe Napoleon was a cuck. I don't think, what was her, was that Marie Antoinette? I don't think Napoleon was a cuck, no. Not that I like Napoleon, or trying to defend him, I just don't believe that's historically accurate. My God, look at the fucking dress she's wearing. Of cuckolds and harlots. Oh,
accuracy in historical drama matters. It is impossible for a historical...
Yeah, like, don't you think it might be considered kind of hurtful to make these allegations that he was a cuck? You don't think maybe the family might actually care about that? You don't think that might not be based on anything? I don't know.
To be 100% accurate, and that is not the goal of historical film. The goal is for the people, events, and period presented on screen to be rendered as accurately as possible. That is, in large part, what makes it compelling. Audiences are attracted to historical drama because it is a lens through which we can visually
Ridley
imagine,
Scott did
and,
this?
if done brilliantly, such as in Sergei Bondarchuk's Water.
Like, it's weird because I wish they didn't have a script. Because honestly, if they were like, here's Ridley Scott showing what life in France looked like in whatever Napoleon is. What is that? 15 something? Or what is Napoleon? I forget. Is it 1650? When's Napoleon? When was Napoleon? 1770. I was close. I was off by 100 years. Oh, no, what happened here? No. What happened here?
To glimpse the past. Just
if they were like, come to the movie theater for $5 and watch Ridley Scott show you what Napoleonic France looked like with all kinds of set pieces and people smiling, and you get these tours with drones through all the extras and stuff that he's hiring to make it look like a Civil War reenactment or whatever. But I mean, do we need a plot? Do we need Napoleon? Do we need to try to make these allegations that they were cucks back then or whatever? Do we need any of this? I think if you were to say, if you were to be like Ridley Scott's Napoleonic treatise or something like that, or Ridley Scott's Napoleonic paintbrush or something like that, right? And they just do an hour of stuff like this where it doesn't really force you to pay attention to people talking or anything like that. You just see period pieces of what it was supposedly looked like to live back then. And I think they've become so self-important that they all think that they've got to write some crazy story or that they've got to keep a bunch of writers employed. And in my opinion, sometimes it's a lot better if you just show everybody what you want to say as opposed to saying it. And so if you were to say Ridley Scott did a biopic where it's just France, he just takes a camera and he goes through Paris in 1770, and he goes in the local constable jail, and he goes in the Versailles, and he goes in the church, and you can see all the people praying, and he goes in the bar, you can see the people drinking and what it was like back then. But do we need the story about Napoleon when I think what kids need is just exposure to just subject content in particular? And so we make these sweeping biopics like Nolan just did with Oppenheimer, but I don't think it's necessary to talk about Oppenheimer. I think he could have just said a slice of World War II, right? Or I'm sorry, a slice of the Manhattan Project, and where he just does back set and pieces for the whole thing, and he uses cinematic tricks and storytelling through visual art, and just removes the story entirely so he doesn't offend anybody about historical integrity, because I'm not so sure the people that come to watch these movies are here to see what Napoleon says or does. I think they come to see the set pieces and the cinematography and the art and the music and the vibe and definitely the feeling almost most of all. And I think if you were to just boil it down a bit, I think it's kind of, you know, what's the word, self-interested and sort of selfish to say that movies don't necessarily need scripts. But I think I would rather it, like, if they're so desperate in doing set pieces, then why not just do the set piece and just run the camera through it like the viewer is the visitor, and do scripted things like as you go into church, all the little girls start tossing flowers and stuff. Make it appear like Hollywood. Make it Bollywood if you need to. Sing some songs, do some musicals and singing and stuff. All of that, but the story, I don't know if Hollywood's that good at telling stories anymore. I don't look to Hollywood to tell me some banger of a story that blew my mind anymore. I think I will find that in literature. I do not believe that modern movies have it. My most favorite modern movie of the last 10 years was probably per capita Dallas Buyers Club, just because it's such an interesting comeback story. And Ron Woodrow, I can't think of anybody in modern cinema that was more of a rebel, not even Marlon Brando in Rebel Without a Cause. Ron Woodruff was an actual rebel, and they portrayed it perfectly in Dallas Buyers Club. And his rebellion led to the saving of millions of lives. And it's this wonderful story about how potentially the worst bigot could potentially save all those people's lives that he hates, right? And it was a beautiful redemption story, and it blew my mind, and I thought it was the best movie of the last 10 years, right? Or has it been? Yeah, it's been about 9 years, I think, something since that one. And when I think of like that story was compelling because it's this wonderful redemption arc that you almost never see. But I think they also could have easily just shown the rodeo, shown Mexico, shown the gay bars and the gay men walking around in the streets outside the bars that have contracted HIV and are battling it on the front lines as it started. And all the stuff that they did, but I think they talk too much. And I think they're too self-obsessed with telling a story. And I think they're too obsessed with paying writers. And I'm not saying, like, I'm sure writers would hate what I'm saying, but I don't think we get enough visual experimentation in modern cinematography anymore. And I look at this piece and I think this is a fucking great movie. It's weird. My impression of it is like, oh my fuck, it looks so good. Like that movie Lincoln, right? It's just a slice of life from 1700 France. And it's got all the colors and all the costumes and all the rabble and the extras and the flags and the packed up fucking, clothes and the parcels and the flags, and the fucking windows are dirty and all the stuff strewn on the stuff like it's a parade, and there's a guy reading something, there's a town crier, and there's a guy holding the flag and he's got a period piece hat, and there's all this wonderful, wonderful timepiece stuff, right? Do we need to poison it with some probably inaccurate, probably frankly offensive a little bit, maybe shames the victim's family, or sorry, shames the star's family, like I'm talking like their great grandkids or whatever, are a little bit shamed in the way that their family was portrayed. I think, like if you were to portray Napoleon as a cuck, there are going to be some French people who are directly related to Napoleon who speak about him with nothing but reverence, and they're going to be unhappy that you painted him as a cuck, because I don't believe he was famous for that. And if he was, it might have been better to leave that in history, the annals of history. I don't know what that has to do with the Napoleonic Wars or Napoleon, or, I mean, I guess if it affected the court crisis or something, and or he couldn't get military aid because they didn't like him for cheating on his wife, or his wife cheating on him or something like that, like an Elizabethan story, it would make sense to cover it. But I don't know what good the cuck story is in a movie talking about the Napoleonic rise and fall and the Napoleonic Wars. I don't, and the conquest of the world. I don't see where the cuck story has any bearing on it. Do the kids need to know that story? Do they need to have an impression that the Napoleon was a cuck in the background? Do they really need that? Now you seem to really want to push that. But I don't know. Maybe it was true. Maybe it is historically accurate. That's the other thing. But does it add to the story? And I wonder now if you had just done a period piece where you do sweeping drone shots and interesting dancing shots and maybe people singing in the town square and, old French marches and old French battle reenactments and stuff like that. But do they really need to put Joaquin Phoenix in a role that it doesn't look like he's very happy in and have him bomb when he's obviously not a bad actor? And then attach all the damage and blame on him and the director, when really I'm not so sure that they needed to just put a name on it. They could have just said period piece about France, and I think you'd be surprised how easily you could win an Oscar. It sounds lazy, and I'm not saying that title's good. I'm just saying if you were to do a really just really visually shocking, beautifully inspired film, kind of like that movie Dreams with Robin Williams, or in Cuba Gooding Jr., or what's another visual splendor movie where the story is just not that necessary. Like Fritz Lang used to work in that medium because he had to. And I want more Fritz Lang and less like Marvel. Marvel has now made it so detail-oriented that we're thinking about the pixels in the stones of the wall. We're thinking about how bloody the gore is going to be. We're like, oh, this is going to be sweet. These guys are going to shoot each other with muskets soon. And then all this. And how cool is it going to be when a musket shot hits this idiot in this hat, right? And you're like, oh man, look at this fucking like effeminate dude with really festive colors, like wearing a proclamation for a smile, and he's about to eat a big 50 caliber ball, in his mouth. And and I just don't know if the name is necessary. I don't know if the story is necessary. I don't know if I need to care about characters. I think you guys take yourself way too seriously when it comes to that. I think you pressure the actors way too much, and you don't tell a good visual yarn enough yet. And I mean, you do well visually, obviously, but you don't tell the yarn visually. You force us to pay attention to a bunch of exposition when I feel that you could easily put a silent protagonist up in front of these films and just have them witness it all and not even say anything at all. And it would be just as historically accurate and would have a lot less blame, and they're going to call it like amazing and an art house masterpiece, and it was compelling, and this is the one that you tell your kids about when you're 50, and and all this stuff, right? Because you didn't try to force it to be something that it wasn't, which is all this really is a 1700s France period piece about what the Napoleonic Wars are like. But I don't think you needed to put Napoleon in it necessarily. The implication of Napoleon is good enough. You are the show me generation, the AI generation, the Zoomers and all this. And you are using exposition far, far, far too much. The best horror films and the best Oscar winning films in Hollywood they all leave it up to interpretation. All of them, all of the top 100 Oscar films almost entirely leave the art, the story, and even maybe what happens up to interpretation. It's what makes them truly great. It's like almost every viewer of the top 100 Oscar films can sort of make their own story out of those films. Like Schindler's List. Let's go role play being an ammo manufacturer played by Liam Neeson coming next fall. And all this, and it's all about role play, right? Let's go be Liam Neeson in Schindler's List, or let's go be Liam Neeson in Gangs of New York. That was really cool. Now, you did a bunch of exposition in Gangs of New York about him finding the girl and in the rich person's house, and she's stealing and all this, and they fall in love, and then she finds out that he's the son of the dude who dies, they raped her or whatever, and all this exposition, when I think you could have just done Gangs of New York, sort of like Escape from New York. And you know what? I think Escape from New York got more respect than Gangs of New York did, because it doesn't have a lot of exposition to it, short of the initial plot, which is necessary for any fucking film, really. You have to do it through visually, or you got to do it through words, but you have to lay up a plot, and you have to put down a thesis statement. But I wonder how often that is necessary. I don't believe it was necessary to do the background behind Snake Plissken in Escape from New York, the action and the story and the period piece drama and spectacle of it. Now I know what movie I'm going to watch tonight when I go to bed. It's Escape from New York, right? I thought it was going to be Gangs of New York or LOTR, but it's going to be Escape from New York. And I'm going to think about how it's not necessary to talk about how he's got a poison in his bloodstream. It's not necessary to talk about how why they're after him. It's not necessary to talk about a president being crashed or any of that stuff. It's not really necessary. All they have to do is throw him into New York and do a period piece about Kurt Russell shooting up people in New York in a Fallout situation, right? And this movie, I do have more respect for Escape from New York than I do from Gangs of New York, because Gangs of New York is full of goddamn bloody, stupid execution and exposition, like this movie appears to be. And I wonder, a lot of the time, why did you pay those writers all that money? Was the story necessary? Did it take away from the film? Because I think it might have. Do I need to care about this vampire? How many vampires am I expected to care about? How many vampire movies do we need? If you do a vampire movie, could you make it really scary, but not have any words? Can we do a period piece like an interview with the vampire? But, not have to talk about Jonathan and, oh God, what was her name? Mina's romance. I don't know, but I think so. And some movies make their blood on exposition. I would say Star Wars was mostly exposition and in a lot of action. And I would say that, and there's a lot of talking when really, I think maybe more of a slice of life of, like, everybody liked Empire Strikes Back the most because I think it had the least talking. It was just the best slice of life of Star Wars that we had, because in the first one they had to establish what all was the story in the Camelot and the the Guinevere story and the Merlin and the Pendragon, Uther Pendragon, Darth Vader. But by the second one, it goes from Hoth to Tatooine. No, sorry, that's the third one. Ha to, I don't know, it's hard to keep it all straight, but like Ha to, and to the ice planet, to the jungle planet where he meets Yoda, and then back to the Death Star, and then the battle for the Death Star. They did too much exposition with the City in the Clouds and Lando Calrissian, and one could say that I don't think Lando Calrissian was even necessary to the story. He didn't really need to be there, but I like him and I love him and I'm glad that he is. I love Billy D. Williams. Got no issue with it. But I don't know why Billy D. Williams was added to that cast, because I don't believe he was very fundamentally crucial to the story. He was just Rogue Squadron and, you know, rebel scum eventually. So the exposition is cool, but they went into who he was, why he was there, how much money he had, how slimy he was. He was a bit of a girl chaser and all this stuff. And like, you know, but I don't know how valuable Lando and the City in the Clouds were when you could say, maybe show us a bit of what's going on the forest moon of Endor and the construction of the Death Star and the enslavement of the Wookiee race to construct the Death Star and all the blood, sweat, and World War II Holocaust murder that involved. And there wouldn't have been a lot of exposition for that. It's the enslavement of the Wookiee race. There's a Wookiee hero, but he's already currently perfectly set in the plot to be a Wookiee hero and do honor to his race and honor to the Rebel Alliance and all this other stuff, right? But like, I don't know why we needed to go see Lando Calrissian in the clouds to do some exposition about what happens to Han Solo's frozen corpse, when we could have been talking about the enslavement of the Chewbacca race, the Chewie race, you know, the Wookiee race, and the construction of the Death Star and what the moons on Endor looks like, what the maybe we could have seen some Ewoks before any of them ever talked until the third movie. There was other exposition that needed to happen. Maybe we could have done a little bit of a visit to Naboo and shown some other planets, but instead we did the City in the Clouds, which is a technical marvel. And I'm not talking shit about Lucas with this. I'm just saying I don't think it was really necessary to that story, and I think it was a good period piece that showed a lot of really good sci-fi and blew a lot of our minds and showed a lot of amazing set pieces and robots and cities in the clouds and all this, and it was really something that should have happened, but they spent a lot of time on it in a story that doesn't have a lot of time to tell its story. It's so action-packed. So I found great fault with the City in the Clouds, not with Lando Calrissian. I love Lando Calrissian. It's the City in the Clouds was not very necessary. I think the Darth Vader fight and finding out that he was his father was necessary, but I don't think all that talking with Billy D. Williams was. I don't think the meeting in the room where Vader is like, you know, pray I don't alter further. All of that was unnecessary. It was great cinema and it wasn't wrong to do it. But it would have been a lot cooler to see a whole slice of all the rest of the galaxy and shown us stuff for about 15 or 20 minutes instead of all the kind of myopic stuff that happens in the City of Clouds. With Lando Calrissian, they could have just flashed him and they could have just introduced him and they could have kept him kind of minor. And I love that he played a bigger role in it. And they were trying to keep the movie probably more like he was probably a token, frankly. But I mean, like, it still wasn't necessary. There was a lot of stuff in a lot of these movies that just isn't necessary. It's in the video game industry, we call it, filler. It's filler. And so I look at the Napoleonic story, the depiction of the actor playing Napoleon, his love stories, his cuck stories, his whatever, his exposition, right? Entirely unnecessary to a historical period piece about 1700s France and the Revolution and the Napoleonic Wars. I don't know if even showing Napoleon's face is very necessary. You could honestly show him as a black dot way out there on the horizon, surrounded by his fucking troops and his personal guard, pointing a finger at you with the eyes of a burning demon about to take England or whatever. And that was about as all you really need to do for Napoleon. You don't need to talk about how he's a cuck. You don't need to have him do some speech. You don't need to, like for instance, they had like 3 or 4 speeches, because Lincoln was very famous for doing speeches. So they did both short ones and long ones. And they covered this in the movie Lincoln a lot. but I don't know what speeches belong in a movie that isn't called something like King's Speech. I don't know. The exposition is there and you can show it for a few seconds, but I don't know. I think you guys kind of settle on something that seems like it's low budget to cover in a scene, and you do a whole bunch of exposition about his cuck wife or whatever that we just don't need to know, that is not important to the Napoleonic Wars, that just wastes time on the cinema and wastes the actor's talent. It doesn't tell a cinematic story and isn't really period piece. It's just him being cucked by his wife or whatever. It's not really like, necessary to the plot of the Napoleonic Wars. And so now we have like Oppenheimer and Napoleon and all this, and one's a good movie, one isn't, probably. I haven't seen Napoleon. I don't know if it's good or bad, but I know that I don't think we needed Oppenheimer. I think we needed the Manhattan Project, and I don't think we needed any stars other than fucking extras. I think we needed a narrator and a bunch of stars and extras, but we don't need speaking roles in a lot of these fucking movies. And honestly, every time one of these directors shuts the fuck up, I elevate them above like all the other directors. Like, for instance, okay, you want to know what my favorite comedy of all time is? It's technically the worst comedy of all time. It was on Netflix, and it's called, oh god, I love this fucking show. It's called, oh no, what's it called? Pompidou, right? This is one of the worst British television shows ever made, just in terms of its quality or reception or any of that. It was like this failed comic that I really love, that was very, very funny. I thought this was an amazing show, and there's no words in this. I think it was a 12 episode 2-season run. There's no, or maybe it was only 6. I don't remember, but there's no words in this film. I'm sorry, in this television show, there are no words. It is entirely emotional grunts. And I'm not saying that Ridley Scott needs to do that, or is known for that, or should put his career at risk trying to change to be like that. I'm just saying that it is not necessary. You can be a successful artist without all that exposition that Hollywood does. Most of the time, show rather than tell. And that's all I have to say.
Percent accuracy is not possible.
Like, I love this scene, but I know you're about to zoom in on his face and have him do some fucking like classic Hollywood motivational speech, which just probably didn't happen in real life. It just probably did not. Definitely not as eloquently as Braveheart or something like that, right? And I don't think we need the Napoleon's face. I think I'd rather see him as a big dark figure way off in the background, commanding troops with his hand movements and stuff, and who really is like this driving force throughout the film that dictates everything that happens. But I don't think you need to open his mouth, and not when you're doing a period piece like this, where honestly, anytime he does open his mouth, all it does is offend people, you know? You could just tell a visual tale, which is what I think they honestly want to do. And honestly, I think they want to do these visual tales and not even bother fucking paying writers or any of this other shit. Well, they pay writers to do the scripting and screenplay and what it actually looks like on the screen. They'll pay their writers, but we don't need all this talking. Life isn't talking all the time. And I'm not saying fill it with action either. I'm saying I want more in-depth looks. Like, for instance, you're going to zoom in and do some stupid, schlocky, played out, I don't ever want to fucking see it again, motivational speech, like Braveheart. You can see it coming. They're so caught up in their fucking tropes and their predictabilities and their fucking idiosyncratic bullshit that you can see the motivational speech coming a mile away. It's even in the cinematography. It stinks of it, right? Or some conflict or something, whatever it is. It's either a speech or a conflict or something like that. The speech or the conflict is probably necessary to the film's quality, but I don't think the speech is, and you entirely put all this filler into your Hollywood epics that just don't need to be there. Oppenheimer was entirely full of too much talking. And I'm not saying make movies more dumb for dumber common denominator people. I'm saying most of the time speech is unnecessary. And the more you talk in these Marvel films about how badass, fucking Magneto is or whatever, the less badass Magneto is. You just need to fucking show it and then show the atrocities. And once in a while you can have them battling with each other and say some stuff. But like overall, you need to get over yourself when it comes to all the exposition that you do with these main characters just to show off some famous Hollywood actor's skill at acting or any of that, and actually spin a visual tale that lets the kids know what it was like when Napoleon ran the world without painting him as a cuck, without some woke filter, without some fucking Hollywood bullshit, without too much exposition or any of this stuff. You can do sweeping drone shots all across France for a wonderful 2.5 hour epic. You can go into every bar. You can go into Versailles and show the kids what the dungeons look like and where people were had their heads chopped off. You could show the guillotine and what it looks like when it chops off a pumpkin's head and all this. This is what they want to see. They don't want to hear about how Maria or whatever, is it Maria? Who is Napoleon's wife? I always forget. Who is Napoleon's wife? Is it Marie Antoinette? No, that's Louis XIV's wife. I'm thinking, who was Napoleon's wife? I can't remember. I think she's got a very famous name. Jacques? Who was Napoleon's wife, right? Josephine. Josephine was very famous. Set the court standards, was the most famous woman of all time in France. And no, that would be of course Joan of Arc. But I mean, right after Joan of Arc is Josephine de I don't know how to say that. Beauharnais. Josephine de Beauharnais, something. Beauharnais. I think Bonnet, Josephine de Bonnet, right? So whatever Josephine was, her sexuality, and you do this to women all the time, her sexuality doesn't matter to the fucking subject content of the Napoleonic Wars. Maybe it did if it changed the settings of the court. And the court was obviously part of the problem and part of the factors and all the stuff that led to the Napoleonic Wars. But I also don't really know if all that exposition is necessary when you're doing a war biopic. I think you talk too much in Saving Private Ryan. I think you talk too much in the greatest movie of all time is supposedly the one about the Shawshank Redemption, but there's way too much talking in that movie. They could have just kept showing pictures of crazy, poignant prison things and done some actual social change about prison. But instead they want to make it this like iconic fucking legend story about a criminal getting away or whatever. And I don't feel that exposition was necessary. I think the true character in the true main character in the Shawshank Redemption is actually Shawshank, not Danny Dubois or whatever his fucking name was. I can't remember his name. Danny Bourdain, or I can't remember his name. But that was a great story and I loved it, and that's a great movie. But I don't think we needed, honestly, I don't think we needed the stars. I think if you were to just do a period piece that's Hollywood beautiful, that shows every cell and walks down with a drone shot every time someone stabs like each other in the square or chops off a head with a guillotine, you see it in bloody fashion and you understand what it was like to live back then. And you do a lot of this already, but then you poisoned the well when you cut the scene to Napoleon getting a blowjob in his boudoir or whatever boudoir. And I'm like, what does that have to do with the Napoleon fucking Wars? What does that have to do with it? I mean, I don't know. And so, and here we are.
The filmmaker does not then have license to assert.
He doesn't look happy. He looks nervous to me, like he's he's aware that he's maybe kind of pulled the wool over people's eyes a little bit. and he looks tired and he looks unhappy like Joaquin Phoenix. And it's like that Radiohead lyric, you look so tired and unhappy, bring down the governments. And I'll tell you why he doesn't look that happy, because the constraints of his job force him to do things like context and exposition when he really doesn't instinctually want to. It forces him to hire actors that he doesn't want to spend as much money on. It forces him to care about a story that he honestly doesn't care about. He's a director, and all these other things that just aren't conducive to making truly amazing Hollywood films. And we do this to him. We both do it. They set the standard, but we expect it now, and I don't want any more exposition in my cyberpunk movie. You know? Or I'm sorry, what's that called? Blade Runner. I don't want exposition in Blade Runner. I think they did it too much in the first one as it was. Blade Runner sells itself. You could have put 3 sentences in Blade Runner, and it was enough. Remember how well Arnold Schwarzenegger did the Terminator in Terminator 1 and Terminator 2, and he had like 43 lines of dialogue in both films combined. And then now those were action films, but the exposition was there, and it's proof that, oh, be back at the police station, you know, and then he comes back and he crashes a car into the fucking cop. Was there any talking necessary beyond the 3 words? No. Now that's an action film, so it's okay to crash a car through the fucking front window or whatever. So, which is not so okay to do in Napoleon. But I don't think anybody cares about Napoleon talking. Nobody's going to trust your depiction of him talking. Nobody knows what Napoleon was like, you know, so why even open his mouth? I think what Napoleon was almost an image at best to the entire fucking world. What do we think about old Boney? We think about, you know, how he's 4 feet tall and he's got that hat, that tricorn hat, which is really weird for a king, you know? And, I mean, it's not weird, but I mean, if I'm a king, I'm wearing a crown. I'm not wearing a fucking tricorn. Especially because, well, I'm not wearing a crown in public at all. I'm not wearing anything in public at all. You'd probably get your ass shot by an archer. But I mean, I mean, it's just weird. So all this exposition and stuff that we do in these modern Hollywood films that isn't necessary, it harms these movies. And I'm not saying we need a Top Gun remake where it's entirely action with no words. I'm just saying that, you know, for instance, like that new one I watched, Poor Things. There's a lot of talking, a lot of beautiful, intellectual, high IQ, intelligentsia speech and intercourse in that film, both sexual and verbal. And it's a classic, instant classic, and it was the best film I've seen in a long time. And there's a lot of fucking talking in it, but most of it is visual. And I think that needs to be the future. Most of it was a visually striking, like, graphical novel of a movie, kind of like Sin City. It was that good. It was just as visually striking as Sin City, right? And that in and of itself was exposition. The bordello, the rich beach that looked a lot like what's it called, BioShock 3, where all the rich people were hanging out on the beach and all that. There was a lot of really beautiful visual genius stuff at work, and all this crazy stuff like dog animal juxtapositions that they were playing off as normal and all this. Like there was like a cat dog that lived in the house with her and stuff like that. And we love the surreal. And they also don't do enough surreal either. And so my advice to you, Ridley Scott, is to take out half of that fucking dialogue, half of the visual facial exposition of figureheads like Napoleon, and tell a more centralized story having to do with the exposure of the viewer to what it would be like to actually stroll through the square at that time in that year. And you don't need to talk a lot. Especially not for biopics where you're trying to show what it looks like to live there a lot more than you are trying to like tell some story, because most of the stories are probably best told by storytellers and books and stuff, you know? So it's very seldom is the story compelling enough. I felt Saving Private Ryan was compelling enough that they should have kept the story about all the brothers dying in, so that there was a thesis statement as to why he was there. But I don't think they needed to do anything beyond that. Do you get my sense? Do you get what I'm saying? They did all this exposition and talking when they were trapped in the town, with the half tracks coming, and all this other stuff that I felt was basically semantic fucking blockage. And the minute that dude gets shot by the sniper and he's trapped out in the square, and they're like, "Don't go help him, he'll shoot you," that immediately broke the terrible pacing of the exposition of them all sitting in the French town and talking to each other while they prepare for the siege. We don't need the exposition of the preparation of the siege. Now, you as a director might think that they do, but they don't. In the end, they all die anyways. You know? So, did we need to expose, what it was like, what were your brothers like, and all this stuff? I mean, it was good and it was poignant. But I mean, is that the movie that you're actually delivering? You're delivering a World War II epic. And sure, it's good to have all that exposition, and their generation loved that stuff. But I want to see more visual genius. I want to see more visual storytelling than they're currently doing in Hollywood, like Poor Things did.
That fidelity to reality of past events is
Immediately you zoom in on their faces, and you know what my first fucking thought is? Why the fuck should I care what this fucking rando ever says? And sure, that's a jaded, cold, cynical fucking view, but I mean, I thought I was watching a movie about the Napoleonic Wars or Napoleon. And I don't really need you to have Napoleon talking to some dude for 45 minutes of the movie about what's going on. You can just visually show me that in a striking manner, save a lot of money. I mean, writers would get less work, but I mean, the movies would be better. And you need to learn that less is more sometimes. If there was a tattoo that I would get right now, it would be on my right arm. I would say less is more. Because, I mean, it's not true necessarily, but it is sometimes. Less is more. Keep it simple, stupid, or any of that stuff. Like a simple bit of exposition of a guillotine in the square and it chopping through a bottle of wine perfectly and then into a neck, right? And having the wine spill along with the blood has more exposition to it, more reality, more visual stunning work, and is a visual storytelling cue. And I'm not saying it has to be gory. I'm just saying that it has to be symbolic and it has to be visually telling me something, so that you don't need to fill the fucking screen with talking heads who are trying to tell me what is going on in the plot that I don't necessarily care about, because almost all of the value that I put in this movie is what you're doing visually and what you're doing with sound. I do not care about the story I do not care to learn about the story of Napoleon from a Hollywood biopic. I don't care to do that. I'll go pick up a book. So him opening his mouth is not only incredibly pretentious as a director to assume that needs to happen. It's like pretentious is to think that character is so important that he needs to fill the fucking entire film with his speech. I think that's actually sort of self-centered and a little bit, egotistical. I don't think that Napoleon was the story. I think the war was the story, And so you could easily say a slice of Napoleon. And there's no talking in this. It's just what it looked like, what it sounded like, what it felt like, what the soldiers looked like when they fought, what blood was spilled, what it sounds like when a guillotine actually falls, what it looks like when it chops a pumpkin in half, what the poor were like, what the prostitutes were like, what the gay community was like. And you can do all of this without any speech, and you can dance through almost entirely visually and do just fine. What you're not going to do well with is an hour and 40 minutes of exposition in your Oppenheimer film, when the Manhattan Project doesn't necessarily need that much exposition. It's the Prometheus search for fire, essentially. You can talk about it like that. We believe that we have found endless power source and unstoppable destructive power, which we did. And that's about as deep as you need to go. You don't need to make it about Oppenheimer with some kind of fucked up, jaded hero worship and all this suicide tales and all this. You could have just called it the Manhattan Project and left it a slice of life and shown very visually what it is they did and how they did it and how bad it was and how really crazy it was for America to wake up one day to the Enola Gay dropping the bomb on Hiroshima and not a single American citizen had been warned. We woke up to nuclear war with absolutely zero warning from our own politicians who didn't warn us that they were doing it first. And it is the reason the government should be dismantled still. It's the closure we never got. It's the problem with America. It's the biggest problem with America is Hiroshima. We didn't get closure from that. Our politicians went and did that without our permission. There's no way my people would have condoned dropping that bomb. We wrote so much music and talked so much about it in all the periodicals and all the albums and all the shit and all the songs about atomic proliferation and all this stuff, right? And all the Fallout music, right? And trust me, it was on everybody's fucking mind. And the one thing about it that I think doesn't need to be said is words. I think you need to illustrate what it looks like, what it felt like, how the people dressed, what it looks like to walk through MIT when they're working on the Manhattan Project or something like that, or what they do when they're, recruiting a scientist from a college or something like that. I think that the modern directors underestimate the extreme power of visual exposition, because not only is it incredibly intensive creative process to do it that wrecks you as a human being. To be that brilliant all the time, where you can do visual exposition like Fritz Lang all the time, or who's another one famous for it? Edward Scissorhands guy. The director. If you're known for being a visionary or someone who stands out, I think it would be better if you didn't fill your movies with words. And some of this is intellectual and it does need to be words. But every single time I watched one of these motherfuckers open their mouth, I secretly pray for an edit and a cutaway to some other element of the story that you can show me visually, like what's going on the front right now. Right? I could give two shits about what Joaquin Phoenix as an actor says to this other guy about Napoleon. I don't think that's what we're here for. I don't think it's important. I don't think it's valuable. Now, we have built 100 years of classic silver screen Hollywood, epics around the principle of like half exposition, half action, and half romance kind of thing, or third romance, whatever. But I mean, I don't know if that's the people that are around today. I think they want to be in an IMAX theater witnessing Avatar 2, but they don't want the Avatar 2 actors to talk. They don't need that. Now, some people are obsessed with dogma and lore and the storylines and the MSQs enough to care about the exposition of the words. And I would say that's an intellectual thing. It's a good thing to aspire to. It's a smart thing to care about the exposition of the words. But I mean, this movie doesn't need these two guys talking to each other. This movie is about the Napoleonic Wars, and you lose sight of this all the time. And if you don't fill it with words, you fill it with action. And my other complaint with Hollywood is the Marvel, the MCU complaint. Every time that you should do some visually striking things and change your mode and your model and outshine what the utter crap that MCU has become, you could do so visually striking which you do all the time, but you do a lot of talking in those Spider-Man movies and all those Incredibles movies and all this. You do a lot of talking in it, and it's a superhero film. And that makes it worse because not only are you missing out on the visual style that made Hollywood what it was and makes all their movies so great, you're also like, you're filling the movie with words that frankly makes us resent that we resent. You know, we resent that we are TLDR. We resent that we don't like the exposition. We don't like that the director kind of forces us to make a choice internally about it. We don't like that they, you know, that they maybe talk too much, you know. But, you know, if we were to cut out all the talking, it would just be dumb jocks fucking beach women all the time and blowing up space marine, you know, and space marines blowing up, you know, the White House or whatever, MCU stuff. And I don't think you can continually run Hollywood on this style of exposition with too much talking with characters that we just don't care about any longer. And I feel like I feel like people like Nolan stepped to try and really show how amazingly deep the story of Oppenheimer actually is, and he did so well, but there was far too much exposition in it, and it was a bit dry. And I don't know what that has to do with the Manhattan Project. It's great to get a sense of what the players in the fucking story were like. It's a good idea to get an idea of who they were fucking, who they were in love with at the time. Are they married? Do they have children? Are they cheating? Are they rich? Are they poor? Exposition can be okay. But I just don't see how this conversation, I don't need to hear the words of the conversation. I don't see how this conversation could be pertinent to this story when visually all you need to do is show the French forces on the march and the name of the town and the death and violence. And I'm not saying make it all action. I'm saying make it art film. Make it all art film, you know?
Entirely irrelevant, Sir.
And so you try and make us care about way too many things. Like I'm supposed to care about her titties. I'm supposed to care about her Rougi lipstick. I'm supposed to care about his tricorn hat. I'm supposed to care about his scowl, and I'm supposed to care about France and all this other stuff. When you could and my problem is every movie I've ever truly loved, I had to let happen to me. The movie doesn't have to tell you. What's an amazing fucking movie? Citizen Kane, right? There's some talking in Citizen Kane. There's even a musical. But I don't think Citizen Kane was a very much verbal exposition film. Orson Welles did with his camera what 10,000 lines of script can't ever do, which is visual exposition and immersion. And they are now incapable of producing this in Hollywood anymore. Very well, anyways. I mean, Poor Things did well, but I don't think it's... I think it's an outlier. I think most of it's MCU, you know? So, like... this whole vibe about, like, Napoleon talking to some underling about what's going on in the war... I think you're better off telling them with the camera, not with the microphone. And I think you'd be surprised how much easier it would be for us to love you if you didn't do what you think we want and you just shocked us with your visual fucking kung fu and blind us with your science or whatever. I think you try with scripts way, way, way too much. And sure, some scripts deserve a really good fucking byplay. Like, you want to know a good script movie? The Negotiator with Kevin Spacey and Samuel L. Jackson. That's an exposition movie. It's entirely talking. There's a couple of gunshots in it, but I mean, it's entirely an exposition movie about police corruption and a negotiator calling, or a negotiator starting his own hostage crisis so that he can bust the corrupt cop that stole his money or his wife or something. I forget what the fucking story. Killed his wife, I think, something like that. And so, and the entire movie is banter between Samuel L. Jackson and Kevin Spacey, the negotiator. And it was one of my favorite films. And there's an example of a film that's entirely filled with words that doesn't need to live off visual storytelling at all beyond the SWAT teams and the gunshots and the tense hostage situation. And it was lived almost entirely off of his intellectual wit. It's tense action story that wasn't really an action story. It was actually intrigue. And its ability to live off words. And it's them talking to each other for 2 hours, trying to talk themselves out of this terrible situation together. And there's an example of when words are good. And we're hanging on every word. And we're like, oh my God, is he going to shoot Danny? Is he gonna shoot Danny? Danny's the negotiator, right? Is he gonna shoot Danny? Is he gonna go through with it? Is he gonna shoot Danny? And you're just wondering because they're bantering back and forth, fucking tense, like the entire fucking movie, and all of it is exposition and words. And that's an example of when you can ride exposition forever. I don't know why it works. There was barely any action in it. But I mean, I don't know why that works, but your sweeping Oppenheimer film doesn't. But I mean, you need to figure it out. You do, because almost everything. I mean, I would say Poor Things alarmed me with how kind of profane and foul it actually was for a Hollywood epic. But I mean, it also amazed me with its artistic value. I hadn't seen anything as good as this, I don't think ever. And so we can see that they can still visually strike us and not over exposition up the place like MCU. But I mean, you don't need to talk. You don't need him to talk. That picture says 1,000,000 words. The picture is worth 1,000,000 words. And so if you were to just have him visually be this daunting, striking thing, like the Darth Vader of France, he doesn't need to talk, like Darth Vader didn't need to talk much either. Darth Vader didn't expose what happens. He does in the fight because he's actually extremely angry at his son because he has to kill him, and he can't break his master's will. He's a Sith. He's on the black tar heroin. It's Sith, and he's a junkie for life. He touched that dark side force, and now, now he's got to kill his son. And yeah, exposition was necessary, but I mean, Lucas kept it to the 10 words that were necessary, I think. Luke, I am your father. Search your feelings to keep, it to be true. I'll never be you, and that's all that needs to be said. Now, it sucks when we have to narrow down the scripts to these explicative statements, like I'll never give in to you and all this. That's exposition. That's sort of a cop out. Like, you're not really showing the deep struggle of, oh, I don't want to kill my father, but I kind of have to, or, oh, I don't want to kill my son, but I kind of have to. And, and they're not explaining all this. They're chopping off his hand and dumping him down the chute, which is a much better fucking storytelling device, which is his own father chops off his fucking hand and tosses him down a chute. It's like the most famous action scene of all time. That fucking that fucking bubble scene when they're in that observation bubble, and he falls down the chute and he has to use a force to reach Leia and all this stuff. And there's some exposition in that fight scene, but they're not talking about all the stuff that's going on all the time. There was unnecessary exposition in that film, like I said earlier, but I mean, they're not doing it overly like Oppenheimer. And now I think they're in love with their own farts and their own smug, where they think that they've got this billion-dollar enterprise, which they do, like Samuel Goldwyn or whatever. They've got this billion-dollar enterprise that they've got all these people that they're taking, care of, and they've got all these writers that they've got in the SAG, and they've got to pay dues and all this other stuff, and they've got all these agreements and contracts and all this stuff to make sure that they don't just war profit and fuck everybody that gets them there. And it's a business. But I don't know why art ever needs to be exposition, and I don't know why art ever needs to be a business. I think it could be given away. I think it could be more artistic than you have the balls to be. The greatest parts of the best epic fucking, Oscar, like Hollywood Oscars, is the visual calculi. Like, I would say Chinatown was about half of its cinematography and half of its exposition, which there wasn't much. There was like, the lady hires him, he goes to the water meeting, he takes the case, someone attempts to murder him and cuts his nose, he gets the real wife showing up, but then he finds out that the real wife isn't the real wife. And then again, I won't spoil Chinatown, but then it goes basically into visual calculus for the rest of that. They visit an old folks' home, and they figure out that dead people have risen and they're voting for the water commissioner and all this, and they figure out what the core corruption is and all this. But there's not a lot of talking. It's just him walking through the old folks' home and then getting in a fist fight with the dicks that are chasing him. And this was far more effective than him sitting like Dick Tracy at a desk and talking about how bad Flathead is or whatever. Flat Top, I think it was Flat Top was one of those villains, right? I don't need you talking to me about how bad something is. I want you to show me. Like, I didn't need to know who Saruman was based off of just the depiction of him in LOTR. The burning and sacking of Fangorn Forest and all the mud birthing of all those terrible Urukai orcs underneath fucking Saruman the Wise's, Saruman the Grey's tower, or Saruman I forget what he was at that point, Grey, I think, Saruman the White or whatever, tower, and like visually showing what was the foul, profane stuff that it was actually going on under the tower that was supporting the war effort to burn all the trees in the world and kill all the Ents and everything and murder the world tree and kill, probably kill whatever the opposite of Sauron is. I forget the name. I forget the name of the god in LOTR. It's an Eladriel or something. I forget the name, that's the princess, but it's close to that. It's like, it's not Galadriel. It's like, it's, anyways, the visual calculus is required more. Like, for instance, this picture does a lot more for me than the video does.
Matters. The first major historical inaccuracy that jumps out from the screen like a vampire rushing at his target is that Napoleon was not a middle-aged man when he won his first victory.
No, he was very young.
He was
like 20.
Scott deliberately avoids ever mentioning Napoleon's age because if he did, this would happen.
I've quadrupled the size of our artillery. Oh, he's 24.
Joaquin Phoenix should never have been cast in this role. He is far too old to play a young Napoleon, but it could be worse. Ridley Scott could have made a movie about the 29-year-old Mediterranean, Hannibal, crossing the Alps, and cast a 68-year-old black man to play Hannibal. Good thing Netflix didn't do that. And let's just be thankful RSN wasn't a Netflix production. One of the most spectacular aspects of Napoleon's life was the greatness of his achievements at such a young age. At 20...
And like, he just cut through all the bullshit and took over a country without firing a shot. And I don't know how he did this. He just probably didn't lose ever.
Before he defeated the Allies at Toulon and achieved the rank of Brigadier General.
He was probably a tactical genius. I think that's what they said he was anyways. So, I mean, we don't know. We weren't there. But, I mean, I've always heard he was a tactical genius, and I think this shows, and that's one of the things about him. So you might think, I guess I've got to do a scene where I show him talking to a quartermaster and providing rations and ordering more troops and getting spears to the fourth guard and all this stuff, right? And that'll show that he's a really good military tactician. When you could, visually you should do that, but you don't need him talking about it.
General, Prior to this, he was already the main breadwinner for his mother and 7 siblings, as his artillery officer's salary was their only means of income. Being promoted to general was essential not just to Napoleon, but to the entire family, as it allowed them to escape from poverty.
I had no idea that Napoleon has 7 brothers, because Jesus Christ, what were they like?
Fuck man, when I was 24, I was broke, living in a rundown apartment in Lyon, failing to find secure work, drinking my part-time job income away, and chasing women with very modest success.
And methamphetamine.
Good times, man. I did learn French, though. Je ne le parle pas couramment, mais assez bien pour dire.
I wanted to learn French, but I can't. I've tried and tried. It's my favorite language. I just don't have the ability to access memory files for words in real time. I don't think before I talk. So when I have to think about what the word is, it completely breaks my brain. Because I don't think before I talk. I just, like right now, I'm not thinking about what I'm just fucking talking to you while I'm talking right now. I'm not thinking about what's coming out of my mouth or anything like that at all. Is I'm a very spontaneous person. I don't really think before I speak almost ever. And I don't like doing that either. And so, you know...
Des merdes films brûlent dans les cavernes les plus profondes d'enfer. On the 5th of December 7.
And so, you know, having to memorize those words, like if I don't know them immediately, if I don't have, my memory is damaged. I can't do that. So, like, you know,
1797, Napoleon...
I really wanted to learn French and leave this country long before they ever first imprisoned me.
Marched triumphantly.
I mean, not imprison me, but file charges on me and all that.
Into Paris after his victorious Italian campaign.
And I went to France when I was 15 years old. I lived in Paris for 3 weeks, and I dated the hottest girl in Paris, or one of the hottest girls in Paris.
And presented the French government.
I could show you a picture, but that would be bad.
With the Treaty of Campo Formio.
Shout out to LF.
Which Napoleon had negotiated himself with the Austrians. The treaty
changed my life. Met her in a chat room when I was 15. Most torrid love affair I ever had.
He awarded France significant.
And it went on, and when I got there, she was like, wow, you are not my type. And I was like, oh my God, you are my type, but I don't think I'm moving to France ever. And she was like, no, you have to move to France. You're my best friend. And I was like, no. And yeah, and she was like, all right, well, shall we break up? And I was like, yes. And I knew who I had in mind. And 3 weeks later, I lost my virginity to the first love of my life. And it was perfect and proper. And when I walked in that fucking bagel shop and like hit on her, it was like fucking destiny. And she's like, why have you been waiting? And I was like, well, I dated this girl in France for a year. And I went to France. And she was like, you went to France? And I was like, yeah, I dated a girl in France for a year. And then I moved to France for 3 weeks, thinking that I might move there permanently because they were rich and they were offering to let me live in their apartments and shit. They had a lot of apartments, and I met all the rich people of France. And she went to the the American High School of Paris, which is this place. It's like where all of the cultural elite in Europe send their kids. The American School of Paris, right? I dated the hottest girl. The hottest rich girl in the American School of Paris. I love this shit. Yep. The American University of Paris, right? And it's it's a premier American style education that prepares an international undergraduate and graduate students for future professional and academic, and it's expensive and it's elite. It's 25 grand a fucking semester. See it? And that's just the semester. It's more like 100 grand a year or something like that. And very interesting time. But when I got there, I was like, I don't think I'm this girl's type at all. She's like this supermodel girl who hangs out with bougie rich people all day. And she comes across as Lana Del Rey, and I loved her. She's still a friend. I mean, we don't talk, but like she was amazing. And her sister was even cooler. And but we were not into the same music. We were not into the same styles. We were not from the same country. She didn't like video games. She got high, but she was only ever going to be a social smoker. And So when we realized that while we loved each other and we had a great relationship, before we were going to take each other's virginity, because she was a virgin, she had me check. She was like, I fingered her second day, and she was like, yeah, you're going to come feel something. I was like, okay. And I was like, I don't think I'm it, because I'm not going to take this to another level with you and then leave afterwards. I love you and I don't want to do that to you. And she was like, me too, and I don't want that to happen either. And we were friends for like another 2 years or something, and then I never spoke to her again. But it was a cute little young teenage romance in Paris. I loved it. It was my favorite time in life, I think. It was wonderful. Visiting was wonderful. All the people I met was wonderful. Paris is great. And I love the French language. And boy, she tried to train me for 2 years how to speak French. She spoke French, German, South African, because she was from South Africa, and I think Russian? No. Yeah, Russian. Because where she grew up in Paris, they all speak like 5 languages. It's insane. They all do. Everybody I met there spoke like 5 languages. I was like, what? I mean, they didn't speak languages well enough to probably like quote Shakespeare in them, but they could absolutely order like in a complicated Kentucky Fried Chicken order in 5 languages, like and that was a wake up call for me. I was like, oh wow, I am as smart or more smart than most of these people, but I do not have the literal brain capacity to memorize these foreign words. And I was dating the hottest girl in Paris, basically, one of the hottest girls in Paris. And I had a huge sex initiative and incentive to learn at least French. I had a big initiative. And so for a year and 10 months, every night before I called her at 3:30 in the morning, because she was like 12 or 14 hours ahead of me or something like that, I would and run up like a $3,000 phone bill. I would force myself to try with all my heart and soul to try and learn basic French words. And I realized that I don't think, even when I'm desperate for it, like enough of like a woman, I'll do anything for a woman, So when I won't do anything for a woman, I'll just do anything if I like the woman. I'll learn a language, I'll do anything, I don't care. But I tried with that one with a real and verifiable incentive at the end of it. And I was like, I don't think I could do this. I tried. I was like, no, I can't commit the words to fucking memory. It's just my brain doesn't work that way. And I think not knowing 5 languages has always sort of differentiated me from most of the true geniuses on this planet. But I mean, I'm on disability for Asperger's for a real verifiable reason. I'm on the spectrum. I've got brain damage and retrograde amnesia and all this other problems with my memory. And I have real, doctors, proof that I can show you the fucking X-ray, the whatever it is, MRI with the black hole in my skull where the brain damage is. And like, languages was where I lost with that, and that was long before the brain damage too. I didn't have it when I was a kid. They said the older you get, the harder it'll be. You need to learn now, and they gave me 4 years of, well, more than that. I think in my life I had like 7 or 8 years of French, and I still don't even know beyond bonjour or like how to count, like un, deux, trois, quatre, cinq, six, sept. Something about numbers I can remember on all the languages, but only numbers for some reason. Set, siete, I don't remember. It's like ocho. Oh no, that's in Latin. It's ocho is 8, but un, deux, trois, quatre, cinq, sept, neuf. I mean, I had like a lot of training, but see, I can't even remember what the number 9 is because my brain's sequential, but because I didn't grow up with those numbers, it's not sequential to me. So I can't make the connection and memorize the goddamn words better than repetition. And so whenever I try to talk to anybody in a foreign language, I sound like one of those idiots that tries to talk to us in English. I like falter, and I'm like, how you say, and I'm like, como se dice, I also don't have the best tongue for accents or understanding accents. That's another way that the Asperger's definitely has affected my life in the negative, where I don't understand certain people when they speak in a foreign language, and I am like the most leftist, non-offensive person you'll ever meet. I'm looking to be that person's friend or whatever. I'm friendly, right? But no matter how hard I try, I just can't understand what some people are saying. I'm sure this is common, but the problem is there will be other white Americans standing next to me who are like, he's saying this or that. And I'm like, well, it doesn't sound like that to me. It sounds like goddamn gobbledygook to me. And I'm not trying to be offensive to them. That is because my brain cannot understand what some people are saying when their accent is so thick that like it literally, it's like white noise to me. I can't hear them when they speak. And that shit drove me crazy. Also, monotone people, I can't do monotone. I can't listen to a monotone teacher. I had a big fight with a college teacher over this one time. I loved my teacher, and I thought they were a very good teacher, but I could not stay awake. I would pound 2 Red Bulls like 5 minutes before the class. Of course, that's probably one of the reasons why I couldn't stay awake. But also, like, I mean, I was full rested and I was convinced I could get an A in the class. Nope. Inside of 5 minutes, if a monotone talks to me, I am out like a fucking light. It's like white noise to me. I'm like, oh, I could just listen to this for 5 minutes and zonk out. It's like white noise sleep machine to me. If there's a fucking monotone person speaking, I'm out like a light. It's like hypnosis for me. And I've seen it affect me negatively before in my life. It's kind of funny. Why South Park stopped killing Kenny McCormick? How hunting a serial killer actually works. Let's go look at the Napoleon thing, I guess.
Territorial gains and brought an end
So Napoleon was young, but they got like a 50-year-old actor for him.
To the War of the First Coalition. Napoleon was 28. At age 30, he became first consul of France, and at 35, he crowned himself emperor. This is one achievement I did manage.
Oh, he was emperor? I thought he was a king.
In, as I first declared myself.
Was France an empire? I forgot.
A despot.
Oh yeah, the Napoleon was an emperor. Yeah.
The age of 33. By casting a man well into middle age to play Napoleon, Ridley Scott robs his movie of one of the most magnificent and
Right. The whole part of the story is this whole 20-year-old man who's too big for the shit in his britches takes over the entire world. I'm talking he was like more powerful than Michael Jackson was. It was a meteoric rise, but instead of like fame, it was just power. He took over the entire world in like 4 years or something. Something about whatever or whoever he was just conductive to taking over the world. And so we've always tried to bottle down or boil down, try to put that lightning in a bottle, whatever it was that he had that allowed him to take over the world inside of 5 years. And he was poor. He was a poor kid from the ghetto, and inside of, I think it was like 9 years, he took over all of France and became an emperor. And that's an inspiring story, but not if it's a 50-year-old man with Botox wrinkles. It's really good if it's a 20-year-old man, who looks like BTS or something. It's not good when it looks like 50-year-old spongy face, because yeah, like the youth I think was a factor. I didn't know it was, but when I think about it, if a huge part of the story is the fact that this young pissant kid pretty much dominated all the adults from day one, that needs to be illustrated in the film, but it can't be if you have a 50-year-old star. His meteoric young rise to fame.
Aspects of the
like honestly, he looks like worse than he did. I mean, he looked younger when he did oh god, what's his name from Gladiator, but I mean this is the same exact role that he played in Gladiator, which is so weird. It's not the same exact role, but it's the same execution. Look at it, snobby fucking emperor,
Napoleonic epic, the brilliant young man, the impatient.
I guess they like Joaquin Phoenix for snobby emperor for some reason.
Frenetic and
when I felt like Nightcrawler was a lot more his vibe, autistic.
Infectious energy that emanates from great young men charging towards.
That's an Asperger's boy, way worse than me. He's got the OCD. He's got the rage. He's got the deficiencies and the increases. He's got all that beautiful Asperger's stuff. Joaquin Phoenix, Asperger's as hell.
Success. The Beatles had this. Conor McGregor had it in the mid-2010s.
Yeah, like once in a while, somebody just has whatever the public wants. It's like in their blood because they don't even open their mouth. Most of the time, they're just such a powerful symbol to the whole world that they're just universally loved. For some reason, this just happens. But he was also like a military genius on top of it. So not only was it the charisma, it was also the youth.
Love this energy. It's exciting. It speaks to the endless potential of youth and the greatness of positive male ambition. Casting Joaquin Phoenix to play Napoleon.
Yeah, like when you see John Lennon later in the 70s and he's got a heroin addiction and he's been drinking whiskey because he cheated on Yoko, and he's singing about Don't Let Me Down, it's a lot more depressing than watching him sing Love Me Do back in the 50s, because they're like 50 by now. They're like 50. You can see it. They're like 50-year-olds. See it? This was, I mean, yeah, they were born in 46, so in the 70s they would have been 39 or something. They're like 40. They're like 40 years old in this picture. And they're just not the John Paul, Ringo, and George that we all loved. They're like these old fogies. See it? And so why I don't know why they have this much power, and why we elevate them past when usually a man is very successful, because most men are not that successful past their youth. Some people can make their riches when they're old, but most people make and define their life between the ages of like 22 and 30, something like that. So, we don't want to see the 50-year-old idols. We want to see the 20-year-old idols, because that's what's realistic.
Is like casting a group of doughy.
That's what it takes. You got to be young, dumb, full of cum. The ladies have to love you. The men want to fuck you because you're young and attractive. You're powerful. You have what they want. You got the music they respect, or the battle plans, or the power, or the court, or whatever it is they respect. And so, yeah, and you're young. It is youth, I think, that usually appeals to them. When I look at Don't Let Me Down, I think of it, and this is an iconic session. I mean, there's Yoko in the back, pale from the heroin, and so is John. And he's singing to her, "Don't let me down." And she's about to, too. She's about to let him down, And it's this side of them that we never really wanted, but we demanded. And so when we depict people with 50-year-old actors, it robs the actual youth power. And I don't know why we can't elevate youth. Why can't we venerate youth? Like youth itself, like the youthful exuberance. I believe we can.
Men in their mid-40s.
This is not youthful Beatles. This is alcoholic, heroin addiction, my band's breaking up, and I cheated on my wife Beatles. And that's not what anybody wants to see.
To play the Beatles. It was a disastrous decision, and it doomed this movie from the start. It also spits in the face of the popular imagination. When people who have studied Napoleon's life imagine the siege of Toulon, they think of this.
Any retired artilleryman within 80 miles? The time's over!
Not this.
Surprise is my advantage, but I will win by fire.
A vaguely depressed looking, somewhat haggard, middle-aged man with deep lines running through a face down.
Yeah, like, why do you pay all these young male actors if you're going to trot out some 50-year-old to play a 20-year-old's role? I understand he's got the chutzpah and the skills and the knowledge and the reputation and the accolades to actually do it, which is a rare thing in Hollywood. And he's got the he's got the image, and he's got the blur, he's got the buzz, but the role is not fitting for him. Nightcrawler was
dominated by drooping eyelids that have too long suffered.
Gladiator was not a good role for him.
The ravages of gravity, the glow.
He did it well. Like, I'm talking Oscar performance, but I wouldn't say he was happy with the role. I don't think he smiles once in the entire film. I don't think he was happy with the movie. I don't think he was happy with Russell Crowe. I don't see a happy man here. Do you? I don't think so. And that's okay. I'm not trying to be mean to him. It's okay if you're in a time in your life where you're just not generally that happy. But I don't see a smile going across his face almost ever. And that's okay. That might fit the Tyrant Emperor, I guess. But I think it fits more the Lone Wanderer kind of mythos. The outcast. I think he's better as an outcast. I don't think he's good as a bougie emperor. I think he's better as an outcast, like kind of socially stunted personality type, because he's done a whole bunch of movies like this lately, like Ghostcrawler. There was one about where he was a 911 operator and he's being like extorted by the 911 call or something. I forget what the storyline was. It was, I mean, there was a really good fucking set of movies that he did that were frankly bops to watch. They were great. But they weren't, and they were true to him, and they were great fucking films, and I liked them, and I'll watch them again. But I don't think this is him. I think he's that. I think he's Nightcrawler.
Youth long since dissipated.
And I think he's also frustrated with them that they don't see that. He's got the depth of the best villain that we've ever had, but you know, he could really play a good villain, like you know, he really could. But I don't think they'll let him. I think they want him in leading roles all the time, and I think of him as a villain. I mean, he was a villain in Gladiator. He was a villain in Nightcrawler. He's, you know, he plays villains really well, but I wouldn't call Napoleon necessarily a villain. He was just elevating his country. You know?
Josephine was 6.
Like, he was evil, but he wasn't like, you know, but he wasn't like somebody that should be hated. He was just a world leader, you know? He wasn't a rapist or, you know, some kind of like, you know, cut off their heads type guy. He was sort of, but he was like punitive, but he wasn't like a psycho. I don't think, I mean, he probably was psycho, but he wasn't like, you know, he wasn't like a weirdo thing that you need to focus on. I think he was more sort of like a quiet, brooding youth power person.
Years older than Napoleon, but Napoleon was...
And it's weird because that sounds like an explanation that works for Joaquin Phoenix after the Joker or, you know, fucking Gladiator, any of that. That worked. That dark image, it works for Joaquin Phoenix. But it's still, I don't know, it's the role still isn't right.
So enamored of her that he didn't...
Look at this beautiful piece of art. And they're showing that he wasn't a smiley man. But I don't think you see a lot of unhappiness on this face. I think you see someone who's incredibly serious.
Care about the age difference or the fact.
But and I think this is an artist's rendition.
That she already.
It is. I mean, like I think somebody added the emotion to his face, because if I had to guess, this guy strikes me as a deadpan. He was probably a deadpan. They keep putting this Elvis, you know, Mona Lisa smile on him and all this. I don't think so.
2 children by another man. This is a vital aspect of the Napoleon and Josephine relationship dynamic, but Ridley Scott cannot even mention this in the movie because he cast a near 50-year-old to play Napoleon, and it would be farcical to suggest that Joaquin Phoenix, who looks
I'm
like
gonna stop
this,
after this
is
one.
6 years younger than...
Oh no, I'm gonna stop before this one, but we'll do another segment or something before I totally crash out, guys. I'm sorry, I've been at this for I don't even know. I lost the video today, so 13 hours something.
Than Vanessa Kirby, who looks like this. By the way, at the time Napoleon and Josephine married, it had actually become common to see young men married to older women, often much older women, in a hilarious example of the law of unintended consequences. In 1793, the French government, the National Convention, introduced the Levée en masse, a national conscription that compelled all able-bodied, unmarried men between the ages of 18 and 25 to enlist and fight.
Oh no, so it caused this terrible age gap where all these young men who were like 16 were fucking these 50-year-old women because all the men were dead.
For la révolution et la patrie.
There, see, look how beautiful this scene looks. I think this is all the movie needs. You know, I don't think you need to do all this exposition and talking. I don't think it's necessary. I would like to see a style change for like 10 years. I'm not saying kill all scripts. I'm saying change Hollywood towards a more visually striking approach to all of our movies and get all that exposition, unnecessary exposition out of there and tell a story with the lens a little bit more. And change Hollywood for a couple of years so that people understand what's possible again. And maybe you could break yourself out of that goddamn unoriginal fucking slump that Hollywood's in, where they've got to tell a poor thing story to even captivate the audience, when we all know that we kind of grew up on boring bad movies and we're okay with boring bad movies. Like, you know, it can't all be Poor Things, you know. So, but the bad movies that we loved are so bad that we don't love them anymore.